Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's now 9:30, so it is time to open today's hearing session into the examination of the South Tyneside Local Plan. My name's David Spencer. I'm the Planning Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the plan. Can I just check, can everybody hear me okay this morning? Yep, good. We've got speakers in the room. Can I please ask people to ensure that mobile phones are switched off, please, or on their silent settings. And can I ask at this stage for the Council to advise just on the general housekeeping arrangements for the venue, please?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. We're not expecting any fire alarms, so if there is an alarm, could you please make your way to the nearest fire exit and then to the far side of the hotel car park. Toilets are in the corridor outside this room, located towards reception. Please note there are cables taped to the floor around the room, so please be careful when moving around. If you have a car in the hotel car park, please ensure that you have entered your registration number in the devices at the hotel reception. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, these sessions are being recorded for those who are unable to attend today or wish to just generally observe the proceedings. So when we start the discussion in the hearings, I'll invite people who are seated around the table to please use microphones so that that can be picked up as part of the recording. These are hearings that are held in public, but I'm only going to be hearing from those who are seated around the table who've expressed their right to be heard on the particular matters that are before me. In terms of these hearing formats, they are intended to be a structured but reasonably informal kind of discussion based on agendas that I've previously circulated that go back to my matters, issues and questions, which are based on the evidence before me and people's original representations on the plan, made back almost 2 years ago now, January to March 2024, and on any further statements that you've provided into the examination process. Can I just check, is anybody here from the local press, please? Thank you. Can you just ask you to identify yourself again for me, please? Thank you. And then just a final reminder from me that if you have any queries about the examination process or need any assistance in terms of finding material or document, I am supported by the Independent Programme Officer, Annette Feeney, to my left. Annette's based here in this building whilst we're sitting, so please make contact if you need something, or otherwise her details are on the examination website if you need to get in touch. Okay, we've got a reasonable amount of material to kind of get through today. We kind of slightly lost our way yesterday, so we've got some time to make up at later on in the examination process. I think what I'd just like to impress on people is this obviously is a discussion. It's a right to be heard. That's people's legal right if you've made representations on the plan. I'd invite people to be concise in what they want to put forward to me. And as I indicated at previous sessions, what I'm really keen to understand is what change people would want to see made to the plan in order for it to be sound, and why that should be considered the case. If people have made a particular point that repeats or is the same as the point you were going to make, then it doesn't need to be repeated. You can just simply say, I agree with X, whoever said that particular point. As I say, I've got everybody's statements and original representations before me. With that in mind, I'm looking in terms of time budget for today to give about an hour and a half to 2 hours for Felgate for the 3 items that we've got, which will take us through to the mid-morning adjournment or shortly thereafter. And then we'll see where we are. I'm afraid I have generated some confusion between my programme and my agenda. So there may be some people here in the audience waiting to participate in the wider housing land supply discussion. We'll see where we get to, and I'll take a view and liaise with Annette probably around the mid-morning adjournment as to who's here for that discussion and to what degree we can accommodate some of that before lunch, and then what we can pick up after lunch. As indicated earlier, it's a right to be heard. It's not a right to be part of a wider chat or discussion. So if there are people who turn up later and I need to just go back over their points, I can do that at the start of the afternoon session. I'm keen to make progress. We now move into matter 7, and it's the first issue for this morning's session, and it is on the Felgate proposal, policy SP8 of the submitted plan. As indicated, these sessions are being recorded, so I think for the benefit of myself in the room and for those who will be watching the recordings, if I could ask participants to introduce themselves using the microphone, and if I could start first with the council's team to my right, and then we'll move round the table.
So, good morning. My name is Paul Shadarabian, King's Counsel, acting for the council.
My name is Matt Clifford. I'm a Senior Planning Policy Officer.
Good morning, sir. My name is Trevor Mail. I'm Service Lead for Strategic Transport at the Council.
Good morning. My name is James Quigley from Sistra. I supported the Council in the preparation of the Transport Evidence Base.
Good morning. My name is James Finch, representing National Highways.
I'm Vanessa Eggleston from iTransport, representing Laverick Hall Farm, who are the promoters of the Felgate site.
Sorry, sir. Geraldine Kilgour, Local Authority Councillor for the Felgate and Hedworth Ward. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Dave Green, representative for the Save the Felgate Greenbelt Working Group.
And for this session, will it mainly be yourself, Mr. Green? Because I know there's been other statements from other people, so I don't know if you're going to bring in.
Yeah, I know we've got some hearings from Mr. Taylor, Lawrence Taylor, but there'll be also one person hot seat, and it'll be Brian Pearson. He is down as one of our representatives. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so in terms of this discussion, just to set some parameters, obviously we had a full day on Felgate back in July as part of the Matter 1 hearing sessions. So I'm not looking to go back over any of that discussion, and if we stray into it, I'm going to step in and bring that to a conclusion. This morning's session is really to pick up 3 particular matters. They're identified through my MIQs and through the agenda. And the issues effectively are, I think, a recognition that when we had the full day discussion back in July, there probably wasn't sufficient time or attention given to kind of potential health issues. So we'll pick that up as part of item 2, and I issued 2 further questions for people to respond to and provide further information on that, because there is a particular theme as I read through the representations from the Felgate community, particularly around air quality. I appreciate there may be other issues, but air quality was a particular matter that had been identified. Before we do that, as part of the stage 1 hearings, a couple of further action points have been identified for further work and evidence. The first was around potential interventions and works at the Whitemare Pool interchange. I appreciate this is a borough-wide issue, but it has a particular, obviously, proximity and relevance to Felgate, and can't overlook Felgate is the single largest site in the plan. So we're going to come and look at that additional evidence. Finally, as part of the discussion this morning on Felgate, there was further work that I asked the council to do in terms of what's going to be the likely time frame for a supplementary planning document for Felgate, and just more generally, as people may have seen from my stage 1 letter, I felt that if this site is to remain in the plan, earliest delivery would be likely, or in terms of a forecast, 2030 to 31. And I think just to come back to that before we have the wider discussion this afternoon on housing land supply. So thank everybody for their further statements and submissions in relation to the Felgate site. So please bear those kind of guidelines in mind as we have this discussion. So I'd like to turn to my first item in relation to highways. It was picked up in my Matters and Issues question 7.31. If people will recall from the stage 1 discussion, I think when the plan was being prepared, the approach to the Whitemare Pool junction, I think I would describe as an everything all at once kind of approach that would result in, I think, about a £40 million programme of works, including replacement bridges. At the stage 1 hearings, I think it was starting to kind of get the evidence that maybe there is an incremental sequenced approach to that junction. But I think Mr. Finch from National Highways said this is something we can look at, but we need further information and assurance that if we go down that route, it's not going to have a severe impact on your network. Just understanding whether that then generates any sort of further changes to the plan by way of kind of main modifications. I've read the statement of common ground between National Highways and the Council. The section 4 clearly sets out kind of the approach that could be taken, not just at Whitemare Pool. We'll also touch upon briefly what that may mean for the A19 at Lindisfarne. And then obviously the implications that may have around overall deliverability in terms of what could happen through that phased approach. I appreciate from others at the table, I appreciate Mr. Green, you've provided a statement in response to this with a very detailed appendix, I think in terms of setting out your concerns that the highway network, particularly if I call it the Leam Lane, Mill Lane, roundabout junction, the A194 is so we'll come back, we'll come through to that. But if I can first perhaps invite the Council, whether it's through the Council or through Mr. Quigley, in terms of the additional work that's been undertaken. I'd then just like to hear from Mr. Finch in terms of where you, obviously National Highways are in agreement on that. Then turn to Ms. Eggleston from Laverick Hall Farms in terms of your view in terms of the additional work that's been undertaken, and then I'll hear from Mr. Green and then Councillor Kilgour, and if there's anything that arises from that, I'll come back to the Council and Mr. Finch. So if I can turn to the Council first, please.
So as you rightly say, there's been additional work undertaken. Just to briefly recap and set the context, the Whitemare Pool threshold testing report identified that the Whitemare Pool scheme could be delivered incrementally. The Whitemare Pool scheme has 4 component parts: widening at East Arm, widening at North Arm, northbound lane gain, lane drop from Follingsby Junction, and widening of the circulatory carriageway, including replacing the overbridges. The study identified the threshold, i.e. the level of local plan demand that would trigger the need for delivery of each of the component parts. And guided by the local plan housing trajectory, the year which it's anticipated this threshold would be reached. And the study also attributed a cost to each of the incremental improvements. Then we have the trip generation methodology technical note, which sought to review the trip rates used in the original testing in light of post-COVID behaviour and recent policy changes to a vision-led approach. The note concluded that the original work, which was conducted using the same trip rates as the original study, which was undertaken by National Highways and South Tyneside Council, was overly robust and that outturn trip regeneration is likely to be lower by 18% in the morning peak and 20% in the evening peak. So we then moved on to applying the vision-led approach to the SRN mitigation trigger points. So this study revisited the threshold testing results in the light of vision-led trip rates identified in the trip generation methodology note. With the reduced trip rates, more development can be built out before the same number of trips would be generated. The study also demonstrated that the delivery of the A19 lane drop scheme is not required within the planned period. And in terms of the acceptability of the incremental phased approach, it's evidence-led, and the Council has worked in partnership with National Highways throughout the local plan process when developing its evidence base with regards to the impact of the local plan on the strategic road network. The position of National Highways, as stated verbally at the Stage 1 public hearings, was that they agreed with the principle of the incremental approach to the delivery of the White Mare Pool scheme, and also to the principle of applying a vision-led approach, subject to review in the detail. Regarding the application of vision-led trip rates, the context for this is provided by Transport Circular 01/2022, Strategic Road Network and the Delivery of Sustainable Transport. So the principle is embedded within national policy. National Highways have reviewed the evidence, and as set out at Appendix 1 of the Council's response to the Inspector's Action Point 12, they've stated that they support the adoption of a vision-led approach. I won't read out the full, bearing in mind concise. So they required 4 additional action points to be reviewed by the Council. Again, I won't read out the action points, but National Highways has further reviewed the evidence following the Council's response. And in correspondence dated 8th of September 2025, National Highways summarised the proposed amendments to mitigation at the junction from the existing IDP and what they consider is consistent with the Council's preferred sequencing of improvements. Is there anything you wish to?
No, I think that's a good summary of where we got to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, obviously that information was provided in response to Action Point 12, so it's in the examination. Mr. Finch, from the National Highways perspective in terms of the additional work that's been undertaken in terms of its robustness, and then be interested to know if ultimately it kind of generates any kind of potential further changes to the plan.
So, firstly, I'd like to agree with everything that the Council have said. We're in agreement, and as pointed out, we signed a joint position statement back in September. Robust modelling has been undertaken by the Council. So we are, and which we have reviewed, and we are confident. The scheme has been slightly reduced. The numbers were reduced, as Ms Clifford pointed out, with regard to the vision-led approach in line with the current circular. Therefore, there's 3/4 schemes that need to come forward for the local plan that have been agreed with the Council. Now, we can't say exactly when they're going to come forward because that's subject to scale and location of development as it comes forward. So it might trigger the scheme on the westbound approach, or it might trigger the scheme on the southbound approach, depending where that site is. However, we would not expect to pick that up at this stage. That will be part of a detailed transport assessment supporting any planning application that was to come forward. Saying that, National Highways are confident that we have 3-4 schemes that will show that there is not a severe impact on the strategic road network.
And just to assist my understanding, Mr Finch, in terms of the additional work that's been undertaken in relation to Whitemare Pool, can you assist me in terms of understanding the relationship to why it's now the case that the Lindisfarne lane gain, lane drop on the A19 would now no longer be required?
So in our original statement, we said that the Lindisfarne lane gain, lane drop was required towards the end of the plan period. That was a requirement because of the amount of traffic, obviously, that was coming forward as development. However, as we have now gone, the original numbers were very, very robust. This was always something pointed out by National Highways with regard to trip generation. It has actually now pushed the requirement for that into the next plan period for the lane gain, lane drop. However, the schemes at Whitemare Pool are required within this plan period.
Thank you. We're just having another participant join this discussion. I'll allow him to introduce himself. I understand you're on behalf of the Church Commissioners.
That's it. Thank you. Very apologies for joining through the session. Just a bit of confusion on the agenda. Josh Dickinson representing the Church Commissioners.
Thank you. I think, Mr Dickinson, you were here when I was sort of doing the introductory and follow the kind of the way we're going to do this discussion. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just while I've got Mr Finch in the room and to understand National Highways' position, I've read the statement of common ground, so I understand what's agreed between you and the authority. In terms of further responding to the examination process, National Highways indicated that there may need to be modifications to the plan, potentially in light of this. I mean, there are various things that are going to we've previously discussed in relation to this particular allocation. One of the proposed changes that I have before me is to add into the policy around consideration to improve precise wording evades me at this moment. It's something along the lines of considering kind of contributing to the provision of a high quality bus service. I'm just mindful of, we're talking about a vision-led approach, and to some people in the room that might seem a very sort of high level. What does that mean, and what could it potentially look like? Does there need to be something specifically within the policy that says for this site there will be a vision-led approach and it would look like?
So for Circular 01, that was mentioned earlier, we will be looking to see not only high quality bus routes but walking, wheeling, cycling coming forward to reduce the numbers of trips to and from any site, car-borne trips from any site. We would want to make sure that we are comfortable that they can offer enough public services, walking and cycling, to reduce those numbers to make sure we're happy with it. However, I probably see that being picked up as part of the detailed transport assessment as the planning application comes forward. It's very difficult at this stage to do it specifically for the site until you have specific site details, but we would want to make sure that we challenge the local authority to deliver a high quality bus route.
Thank you. Just stay with you, Mr. Finch. Just two more questions, and then I'm going to move on. You might be pleased to hear. The policy itself for Felgate SP8 says it's going to one of the requirements is to embed sustainable and active travel options to reduce the dominance of car traffic and improve overall impermeability. Can I just start with the National Highways? Is there any need as part of that to make an explicit reference as part of a, quote, vision-led approach? There would be a need to embed.
I think as part of the joint statement we've accepted that the council are heading towards a vision-led approach when we are looking at reducing the need to travel, especially by car.
And finally, through the National Highways Statement of Common Ground, I think you want the Whitemare Pool junction specifically identified on the policies map. Because I appreciate we're talking about it in the context of Felgate, but my understanding is other developments will also be expected to contribute to those improvements, and I think that's already taking place where developments are being approved in the borough.
So as my statement earlier said, subject to scale and location, we will be looking at any application that affects Whitemare Pool to either have the improvements in place or contribute towards those improvements, maintaining the safe and free flow of the network wherever possible.
Thank you. Can I just put a note to the council, maybe for tomorrow's session when we look at infrastructure and transport, they want Whitemare Pool specifically identified on the policies map where there might be a policy cross-reference. It might be in a strategic transport policy.
I was going to propose that we look at the strategic transport policy with that in mind. So I'm getting feedback. Is it all right now? And we are looking at modifications for Felgate policy specifically. And when we come to consider what modifications are appropriate, we will also give consideration to including something along the lines that there will be a requirement to optimise options for non-car-borne trips when designing the development. And in that context, we will propose that the structure of the policy will reflect the structure of the new SP7A in terms of its requirements by relating the requirement for the provision of a master plan and phasing and implementation plan which will incorporate those measures.
We may come on to that as the final item this afternoon. This morning. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Finch. That was helpful. If I can turn to Miss Eggleston first, and then back to Mr. Dickinson. Is there any further to add from Laverick Hall Farm, Durham Cathedral's perspective, Miss Eggleston? Have you looked at the additional material that's been produced by the council and what the potential implications are likely to be for Whitemare Pool?
Thank you, sir. Yes, we reviewed the work that's been undertaken or published over the summer, and we're very supportive of both the vision-led approach that's been adopted by the council and with the conclusions of the updated assessment that's been undertaken. We've reviewed the outcomes in detail and happy that they follow, good practice guidance. We were pleased to see confirmation in the updated documents that the revised scheme for Whitemare Pool can be delivered within the highway boundary, and I think that's a point that's confirmed within the updated evidence base. So we were pleased to see that has now been clarified. That was a point that we'd raised in the stage 1 hearings. We're happy in general with the proposed changes to the wording within the documents. And I think the only point that I just wanted to raise and clarify at this point was that I did note that in the statement of common ground between the Council and National Highways at paragraph 513, there is reference to the fact that the phased implementation of the works at Whitemare Pool would be funded by Section 106 contributions. And I just wanted to point to the updated draft infrastructure delivery plan table at the back of that statement, which does clarify the point that those works would be funded by a combination of both Section 106 contributions and external funding. And I just wanted to clarify that point, if I may, sir.
Thank you for that. If I can turn to Mr. Finch, I mean, obviously there's things like the road improvement strategy. There are potential other funding sources. We're looking ahead over a long period of this plan, 15 years. It's not always possible, as we sit here now, to forecast what the funding landscape looks like. But is that a fair point, that it could be a combination?
That's a fair point, sir. I've done a number of examinations, and funding will come forward from wherever funding comes forward, whether it's the Mayor or the Council or government, grants. But also from developers. But currently National Highways have no programme to deliver any improvements on the network in this location.
Thank you. And I picked up from the Laverick Hall Farm statement on this matter. It's probably as part of, when we sort of track through potential modifications, the supporting text to this policy still refers to a combination of what was, I think, originally envisaged at Whitemare Pool and the Lindisfarne lane drop, lane gain. So that's probably something that needs to be kind of tidied up and as part of the modification process. Thank you. Mr. Dickinson, is there anything further you wish to add from what Ms. Eggleston has said, please?
No, I'd just like to say the Church Commissioners agree with the assessment that Ms. Eggleston's made in regards to the approach and supporting a vision-led approach to these improvement works, and also stress that the phased delivery of this scheme will help unlock the site earlier in the development programme, allowing more development to come forward as the scheme grows. One of the points the Church Commissioners would like to raise is that at this stage, and with the additional work that's done, they don't think that any further modification is needed to SP8, and that any modifications should be made to the infrastructure delivery plan, as it remains a material consideration and could be used appropriately to secure the funding.
Thank you. So just can clarify with the Church Commissioners, is it your view the infrastructure delivery plan would need to be updated prior to main modifications or prior to the plan being adopted?
Prior to the plan being adopted.
Thank you for that. So I move on to, it's my item 1B agenda, and I turn first to Mr. Green in terms of your submissions. I think as we, just before you talk to your statement, and as I say, I've got your various appendices. I think just as I said at the stage 1 hearing session, I've been to the area on numerous occasions. We talk in transport terms about the morning peak and the afternoon rush hour peaks. I've been at both of those times, not just Whitemare Pool, but all over A19. I've seen various things with my own eyes. And I think I just want to it's a question I asked at the stage 1 hearing sessions about the changes that are being sought to the plan, and I think I'm under no illusion, Mr. Green, that your position is that this site should be removed from the plan. There's no, you're not seeking any kind of modifications that are going to kind of finesse things or change things. It's the site needs to be removed, and that's the change that needs to be. Okay. So looking at your statement and your evidence, obviously I'm hearing from people that there's a way forward to kind of do improvements at the Whitemare Pool Junction over a staggered or phased period. I think reading your statement and those of others, you're still concerned about what does this mean for the A194 traffic going through the Mill Lane roundabout. So
yes. So I know that the buzzword at the minute is the vision-led approach, but I think perhaps it should be labelled the vision-led wish list. You know, from what we're hearing. I mean, the council took away action point 12, sir, and in a nutshell, they were asked to take the required infrastructure requirements, determine when it was required, come up with the funds within a few weeks. And I think what they've done is, I think now that the road trip figures have been classed as being over robust just within a matter of weeks, I think they do it so quickly when the evidence that's based on the local plan itself has took 8 to 10 years. I'm not exactly on the time scale. In the evidence that was put forward at Reg 90 in the local plan, the stage 1 hearings, all of this evidence was put forward, and there's a mass of it. And for you know, them to turn around and say that the actual figures, when we were told they were okay, they were, you know, yeah, they were robust, but they were fine, they were accurate. Now to turn around and say that they're over robust in order to not pay for the required infrastructure. When you know, it's not money. I mean, we're in this not for the money, not to save money. We're in this as a community to save lives. You know, to have a decent level of living. But so I can only sort of give an example is going into the chemist with a prescription for 4 items. You can't afford it, so you purchase 2 of the items on your credit card, which is 4 items required for Whitemare Pool. You can't then pay the credit card, there's no funding for it, and later on your condition worsens and you're told by the doctor, well, if you've got the 4 items in the first place, everything would have been fine. Yeah. And I think this is a classic example of what is happening here. They're saying there's funding available, there's a new metro link going to Washington, you know, we'll get very little from Kate McGuinness, and Councillor Kilgour will perhaps back that up. And you know, I mean, the Laverick Hall Farm have actually got it down now to, and they want, you know, something adjusted within the costings to say that the indicative cost of the incremental scheme at Whitemare Pool is understood to be now 5.5 to 7.5 million. Now that was one heck of a drop, you know, when you consider, you know, safety's at stake. Now we're going up to the lead up to Whitemare Pool. I mean, Mill Lane itself, I think that's infrastructure is required now, not in 5 years' time, not in 10 years' time. It needs to be put in place now to cope with the current traffic. I mean, I'll give you an example. Mill Lane roundabout leads up to, you know where it is, leads up to Whitemare Pool. That's on the A914, and this is current. It's 115% over 116%, and these figures are available to the council. 123%, 124%. And it's currently way over, you know, and that's just one example. And I'd like to bring Brian. Would you like to come in? Can I bring Mr. Pearce in on this now, because he's going to give a little.
New to the job. Born and raised in South Shields, where I lived for 30 years, and for the past 46 I've been a proud resident on Felgate. A member of the Save the Felgate working group. My point is this, and may I read it out? Is that okay? Or do you want me to try and summarise it?
Can try and summarise it, that would be helpful, Mr. Pearce. If it's, obviously I've got your original representations, further statement, so yeah.
Well, the main point is that there have been a few reports published through the council saying how much the improvements to Whitemare Pool and the approach roads would cost, and they range between 40 million and 50 million, depending on whether it's the National Highways or the Sistra report. But I need to pull in some of the relevant facts. The main thrust is, I believe all the parties have missed a fundamental error of judgment, or made a fundamental error of judgment Under the present traffic load, we experience regular tailbacks, as mentioned by Dave, on the A194 at Mill Lane Roundabout and Whitemare Pool. As the prime route for access and egress to the proposed development is onto the Mill Lane Roundabout, introducing a fourth light-controlled entrance onto this roundabout can only make matters worse. By reducing the flow time of the existing 3 light-controlled access roads from what they have now, which is roughly a third of the time available, to a quarter of the time available, or some weighted average, because I know you can play around with the lights, and then adding an estimated 1,200 cars during rush hour, which is a car every 3 seconds, some of the council, National Highways and Sistra think things will improve. On the contrary, gridlock will become a daily event, bringing commerce in the borough to its knees and causing major stress and difficulties to emergency services and the public alike. Spending money on road winding and a new roundabout at Whitemare Pool will do nothing to address this fundamental flaw. It is on this basis I say the council have not been able to put forward a tangible highway improvement proposal, so highlighting the fact that SP8 is too large a development and in the wrong place, and that therefore should be rejected. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. That is, yes, that is very much the statement you previously put in. So I've read that and understand the point you made. I think it's probably an opportunity to bring in others to kind of respond potentially to some of that point. If that's, if I start with Mr. Quigley first, and then Ms. Eggleston.
Yeah, so obviously the assessment work that's been undertaken is a network-wide model that we've prepared. It included at the Mill Lane Junction a working scheme that the developer had prepared. That was included in the model and demonstrated that the provisional junction layout operated successfully. With the additional mitigation we've proposed at Whitemare Pool, it continues that the network works to a satisfactory level, which we've agreed in the joint position statement with National Highways. Again, the scheme is it's an indicative scheme. It's an in-principle scheme to demonstrate that the scale and scope of a scheme that would be required. As applications come forward, they will be required to undertake their own assessments to demonstrate the applicability of the site access junction and the level of mitigation that is required to facilitate the development. And that will have to be agreed with the highway authorities at that time.
Ms. Eggleston, is there anything further you want to add to that point?
No, sir. No. It's largely to agree with what Mr. Quigley's just said, but just to explain that the intention isn't just to put an extra arm onto an existing junction. The proposed scheme that's been identified at Mill Lane is a significant enlargement of the existing junction and the conversion of that into a signalised gyratory, which would then serve the development, and then that would then sit alongside the proposed improvements at Whitemare Pool. And so, yes, while I understand the concerns about the existing operation of the network, then there is quite a comprehensive package of improvements that are proposed all along the Leam Lane corridor, including at the Mill Lane access junction as well. And that has all been fed into the analysis and has been taken into account.
Thank you. Mr. Pearce, do you want to come back on?
I don't understand how any of that will increase the flow rate when you're reducing the time for each of the access roads.
In terms of the way that signalised gyratories work, then actually traffic does move simultaneously around the junction, and different arms can work together at different times, so it isn't the case that each arm is getting a reduced amount of green time. It just means that different arms of the junction will be coordinated such that traffic can move around the junction in a coordinated manner, and that has been subject to detailed both standalone junction assessments within the information that we submitted in our very early reps on the site, and has then been modelled as part of the network-wide microsimulation model that has been undertaken by Sistra on behalf of the council and verified by National Highways.
Thank you. I understand the point, Mr. Pearce. Mr. Green, is there anything further you wish to say on this point? Yeah.
It's in relation to the past evidence, and I know you've already got copies of the report, so I'll not, you know, there's one report here which says by 2032, however, the network is forecast to experience significant queuing, particularly on the A194 Whitemare Junction. It mentions by 2037 the network is forecast to experience severe queuing. It is on I can't send you them. It's dated the 27th of the 5th, 22. There's also, this is the main one. The Hawthorne and Leslie site was mentioned, and you know there is a National Highways statement here. This is dated the 8th of March 2022, which says, upon review of the revised model, we would accept that the proposed Transit 15 model is robust. Consequently, it is now appropriate to consider the results of this assessment. In the 2023, with and without development scenarios, the following arms are overcapacity in either the AM or the PM peak. A194, A184 Whitemare Pool, A184 westbound, 100% over. A194 motorway northbound, 100% or over. A185 eastbound, between 90 and 100%. Now, that indicates even then, National Highways was stating infrastructure was required. That's in my opinion. You know, and then we'll go on to you know, the actual figures for the A194. I know you'll have picked this up in some of my appendices, but I still haven't. Well, I nearly got a response yesterday. I was told that because the figures don't add up, sir. You know, I work at averages, and as it happens, there's been nothing done on that road since April 2024. Now there's been no traffic data. It went offline. Now bear in mind that was, you know, we're always suspicious now. We're thinking of things. That was the month after the consultation in the period of the draft local plan, and SB8 stopped. You know, now if that's coincidence, it's coincidence. But why has it been off all this time? And there's a lot more, sir. We actually had a meeting with Mr. Trevor Mail, and the councillors from the CAF. It was Councillor Lamont, Councillor Dean, and we discussed everything. We discussed the rat runs which it's creating around the area, because this is a massive problem. You know, it's on the you know, Monkton Junction. You possibly haven't been to Monkton, but that's, you know, having improvements made. From that meeting, even though I reminded them way before Christmas, there's been no minutes. There was 2 of the Democratic Services taking the notes. There's been no minutes passed on whatsoever, sir. And in relation to, you know, the new estate, if it's developed using public transport, I don't know if you're aware, sir, Nexus has just announced that the metro parking at Felgate is going to be £1.50 per day. It was free. It's going to be £1.50 per day. Now, today, you know, the way people haven't got the money to spend now, that's £30 a month extra. Now, if you've got 4 people going to Newcastle from that estate, they're going to use the car rather than pay, you know, the metro fares and things like that. And it just goes on. I mean, you know, as I say, I reminded them for the minutes because I wanted to know what was said, because there was things associated with Whitemare Pool, Mill Lane, all of the areas. There's nothing come back, and this is what we're hitting, sir. We're hitting hurdles time and time again, and it's happened from day one.
Okay, I think, Mr. Green, I've probably sort of slightly going into kind of issues that were raised under the stage 1.
Sorry, sir.
But no, I mean, I think what I want to, and what I was getting through for this morning's session is the particular issues around the Whitemare Pool.
Yeah.
Obviously, the council's put forward, having sort of liaised with the National Highways incremental approach, and I'm quite clear from reading your evidence, and you're saying when you look at the data, or the data that you've provided to me for Mill Lane,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
that's not going to help the situation
that,
in your view. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take that back, sir, but there's something else to do with National Highways. It's that data collision map, which is available on the web, on the pages. I'll let you know what it is. It is available off National Highways.
Is it one of your many appendices, Mr. Green?
It's not, no. It's not,
new.
It's not, no.
No,
It's
okay.
a map from National Highways.
Okay, and again, we talked about this at stage 1 in terms of various kind of things or measures that might be needed in the area in terms of, and I think it's one of the final kind of parts of the jigsaw for Whitemare Pool in terms of safety, signage improvements. So Mr. Finch, whether you want to just briefly come in on this?
Thank you, sir. I've got Three or 4 points, if you don't mind, sir. One was in relation to the cost of the schemes. The cost of the scheme has come down considerably because with the reduced impact with the vision-led approach, then the overbridges, which was the biggest and most expensive part of the scheme, have been removed from the requirements within this plan period, which leaves the improvements that they're providing on the southbound approach to the junction, the westbound approach and the northbound approach. Those schemes have been identified, and then depending whether you deliver them all at one go or individually, then obviously, but if they're incremental, then they have been costed by the council, I would say quite rigorously, checked by ourselves. We questioned them, and we're confident with the numbers that have been put forward. The vision-led approach has reduced the numbers, but then also that's changed. Is that in the past we used to look at capacity of junctions. We used to say it had to be 90% was the maximum. The guidance we're given now is that we have to make sure that it's not severe, the impact of the development, and the work that has been provided, the extensive modelling undertaken by the council to show the impact, the provision of improvements to mitigate the queues, means that we are happy with potential addition of advance warning signs, because the queue is only there. I know people think it's there, they see it there every day. However, we do have evidence from the TomTom data and everything else that it's there for a short period in the morning peak hour, and so we would like to see a variable message sign to advise that there is a queue there, and that will we will hopefully make the network operate as safe as we possibly can. And the decision was that as a result of these measures, National Highways did not feel that the proposals in the council's local plan would result in a severe impact. And I think it's that point, severe, that is perhaps different to what we've been talking about before, whereas before we were just looking at it, we were trying to make it no worse off, and that's not what we're challenged with nowadays.
Thank you. I just wanted to stress that we agree with both Mr Fairfield and Mr Finch in their assessment on the way that the traffic modelling has been conducted under the local plan as a robust evidence base for the work that's coming. And just to respond on the point of data being out of date as being gathered in April 2024, obviously for the purpose of this local plan, it would be suitable and it remains a robust starting point. And then just to remind that as part of any further planning application, further engagement will be done, and we will be able to refine any sort of highways impacts based on the scheme as it evolves. And it's our statutory requirement to undertake that work in collaboration with the council and National Highways to develop it out, and then that would be the initial outline stage, and then moving into a reserved matters application where access is a reserved matter. Full detailed design for exactly the scale of development that's coming forward will be designed, and will be the responsibility of the parties to deliver either through the planning application as the applicant or as a financial contribution towards the National Highways to deliver that scheme. And in that whole process there are plenty more opportunities for local people to comment on those schemes as they develop.
Is it a brief point, Mr Finch?
Very brief, sir. National Highways have no intentions at this stage of delivering the scheme. It's not a National Highways scheme to deliver. They will work closely and they may be asked to deliver it, but at the moment it could be delivered by third parties.
Can I hear from Councillor Kilgore next, please? And then we're going to move off the transport issue shortly thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It won't surprise anyone, I would imagine, in the room to say that I'm not convinced by the argument put forward. What we need to bear in mind as well is that whilst we're looking at this particular draft local plan, as soon as this is confirmed or not, there will be an immediate start on the preparation of another plan which will, I think, significantly increase the housing numbers that have to be produced by the local authority. So it is very short lived and very narrow in my view. What I would say is that I don't kind of trust the robustness of this. I think we've got, Mr Green has very eloquently set out all of the letters, all of the narrative that we have around the detail and the significant matters. What I would say is that listening to Miss Eggleston last time, and it is a matter of public record, that the value of around 40 million was going to be funded by the scheme itself. Our Mayor McGuinness is investing really heavily in the North East, and we've seen the look of the Leamside line coming online. We've seen the various metros, not the metro that we anticipated, coming online. There is no promise of any further funding in this regard. The local authority, as an elected member, are not in a position to fund a private developer to bring forward this scheme for profit. They've already mentioned around the 25% affordable housing, that they're railing against that. I strongly disagree with this being the responsibility of the IDP. This is very, very specific to Felgate. We've got the potential of 115 homes going up in Hebburn, the old college site. There is no intention to have any 106 monies attributed to the infrastructure, to the network there. That is looking at playing pitch strategy funding. We're looking at a school provision, medical provision, a hub. There is no likelihood, in my opinion, and as a local politician of some 12 years now, of the current state of affairs of any funding going into that scheme. National Highways have already said and reiterated many times they have no intention, it's in writing, they have no intention to fund the scheme. How our local authority would intend to do that? I think as well, if we go back to the figures about the robustness, it's over robust. It needs to be over robust, because what we're looking at is not just the figures of a potential 1,200 homes, it's the manifestation of those. I feel very, very strongly, I think it's absolutely ludicrous to suggest that the overbridges isn't required. It worked absolutely beautifully at Tesco's. Why aren't we being afforded that particular infrastructure? And with the greatest respect to the Church Commissioners, it's not a matter of we'll deal with that later. No, we won't. We'll absolutely deal with it now. There needs to be amendments, sir, if I may, to SP8. There needs to be not just a master plan. Absolutely not. They've referred to Snaperley Park in their submission by Savills. Snaperley Park is completely different. It goes on to a brand new highway, nothing at all like the infrastructure we're looking at here. They also refer to a master plan being able to govern the town end farm development of 400 potential homes. This is 1,200. We're not buying it. We're not accepting it. That there isn't the money, there isn't the infrastructure, there isn't the ability to bring this forward. And therefore, in conjunction with Mr Green and my residents, that the site is not deliverable.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, bringing that together, Councillor Kilgore, you're saying to me that the White Mare Pool scheme, the evidence that I've got, is not deliverable because there's a lack of funding, although I understand other schemes are financially contributing. Money is being through Section 106s for White Mare Pool.
So that's the intention, yes, that there'll be more than one scheme to contribute.
But ultimately, Councillor Kilgore, as I said at the start, the position is the modification you're looking for me to make is to take this site out of the plan. Yep. We'll come on to the master plan very briefly, please.
Sorry, I think with regards to Nexus and public transport as well, that's a wish list. We all know that the current state of play, we're not in charge of that. That is not something that the local authority, we've been trying to get a bus service to our local hospitals for the last 10 years. And it's not happening because there isn't. And you know, to say that, you know, that the transport element of it, it's pie in the sky to suggest that people are going to use local transport when you're looking to get to the areas that we want people to travel to for work. Thank you.
Thank you. is there a final point, Mr Green, you wish to add? Is it different to what I've heard from Councillor Kilk?
It says, yeah,
Another point.
It's a 15-second statement, sir. The Gateshead Metropolitan Borough Council were involved. They've got a statement of common ground. In the old version of the required infrastructure, is there a new one for the new version of the infrastructure? Because I can't find it on site. That's it, sir.
I don't think there is an updated statement of common ground with Gateshead. If we get to main modifications, Gateshead will be consulted like any other statutory consultee, so they'll get an opportunity to comment on that. Right, I'm going to bring the transport section to a conclusion, but I'll just finally hear, I think I'd like to hear from Mr Quigley first, very briefly, then Miss Eggleston, and then I'm going to move on.
Thank you, sir. I just had a couple of points of clarification on there. So the scheme cost being discussed at 40 million, that was the original scheme that we set off at. We're in 10 to 14 million for the scheme that we think facilitates the local plan. The assessment undertaken is a cumulative assessment, so it considers all of the allocations and all the traffic that goes through Whitemare Pool from them. So the intention would be that there would be various developments that would contribute to the cost, and also Whitemare Pool is identified in the North East Local Transport Plan, the Mayor's document, as a location where a scheme will be investigated.
Finally, Miss Eggleston and then Mr Finch, brief points, please.
It was just a brief point of clarification, sir. It's never been the case, and we've never suggested that Laverick, the site at Felgate, would fund the entire scheme at Whitemare Pool, and certainly not when it was at the level of 40 million, and it isn't the case now with the reduced scheme. The intention is that that would be paid by contributions from a variety of developments across the borough, and as I mentioned earlier, and with the potential for external funding to also be sought.
Thank you. Finally, Mr Finch.
Quick comments. National Highways would seek to condition the improvements required to support the development prior to occupation of any development, and that will be part of the transport assessment submitted with any application.
Okay. Move on in terms of the agenda. This is a related issue. We're coming on to the health impacts and the additional MIQs that I published. As I indicated at the start, I would identify the principal issue in relation to public health that's been identified through the various representations from people who are in the Felgate areas on air quality. There may be other issues. If I can invite the council first in terms of just the general air quality environment for the people.
Just doing a swap.
Okay. Thank you. We'll try and deal with air quality before mid-morning adjournment. Just for the purpose of the recording, can I understand who else has now joined from the council's team,
Thank you,
please?
sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chrissy Hardy. I'm a Senior Advanced Public Health Practitioner for the local authority.
Good morning. I'm Mary Fairfield, Public Health Practitioner from the Council.
I'm Deborah Lamb. I'm the Operations Manager for the Spatial Planning Team.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, in terms of the Felgate proposal, as I identified from my reading of the various original representations, of which there were many on this site, there were public concerns about the impacts on air quality, I think principally in relation to transport generated from the site. I don't know if it's Mr. Mail in the first instance. I'm keen to understand the general air quality environment, perhaps more widely within the borough, and then drilling down a bit more specifically to where we are now. You may have seen from the various representations, particularly from Mr. Green and from, is it Lawrence Taylor? I think questioning about where air quality is being monitored and whether that's picking up the situation on the ground in relation to the Felgate site in terms of whether there's an absence of detailed monitoring. I'm not aware there's an air quality management area in this location, but there may be elsewhere within the borough. But I'll invite you first, Mr. Mail, to sort of set the scene.
Thank you, sir. In terms of air quality, the council does undertake a robust monitoring regime across the borough. This is done in the form of continuous monitoring and non-continuous monitoring, which people may know as diffusion tube monitoring. As a local authority, we get judged on air quality through DEFRA, and we are required to submit an annual status report every year. This is quite a comprehensive study that indicates what the council is doing in terms of air quality across the remit of the borough, whether it be looking at sustainable transport, how we interject collaboratively across the council in terms of working with public health colleagues, environmental health colleagues. As it stands, and the council doesn't consider itself to have an air quality issue. We get scored upon sort of the air quality levels. A reading above 40 represents a significant issue. We can record, and our ASR indicates there's been no exceedance of air quality across the borough. In terms of setting the picture, we were subjected to 2 air quality management areas in the local authority area, one at Bowles Lane, Stanhope Road, and also one at Lindisfarne, which is the adjoining of the A19 and 194 corridors. These both air quality management areas have been revoked because the areas of air quality levels were of a particular low level. This was a decision taken by the Cabinet and has been supported by DEFRA, so we don't have any air quality management areas in the respective areas. That hasn't stopped the council from monitoring those locations, so Bowden Lane is still subject to robust monitoring, as is the area of Lindisfarne. I hope that sets the picture, and I'm more than happy to come on to the specific comments around Felgate in due course, sir.
Thank you. I mean, just in terms of the Felgate area, I think one of the points that's been put to me is that some of the diffusion tube locations, when you look at the air quality report, and I've got, I mean, the latest version is now in front of me in terms of the examination. When you kind of look at, I think it's described as being in the Felgate Hedworth sort of area, but they're on the A19. In terms of where we've kind of been discussing this morning already, Whitemare Pool, the Mill Lane roundabout, I mean, those are areas that have previously been monitored, but the air quality issue is such that the council no longer needs to have diffusion tubes.
Yeah, I think there's an important factor to raise here, whereby what we try to do is align the diffusion tubes where there's particular residential catchments. Obviously, the area of Whitemare Pool as it stands is a predominantly traffic corridor. There's no residential catchments. There is obviously the hotel and so forth and petrol station. What we can do and what we try and do is, if there is particular developments, we can easily take that and advise that we want a permanent site to be located and monitor going forward. I think also it's important to raise that as part of the planning process, that in existence, if a specific plan application was to come forward, we will require air quality assessments to be undertaken, and that will be no different whether it be Felgate, whether it be any sites at Brinkburn, or indeed across the whole local plan period. So I'd like to think, you know, if there is an element of concern that there's a lack of monitoring, we can take that back as a department and look to implement a diffusion tube to adhere with what the sirs on the opposite side of the table. If it is indeed Durham Drive or wherever, we can make them suitable arrangements if required.
And I note policy 2 of the submitted plan deals with air quality, and if there are likely to be significant air quality impacts, then the approach you've outlined, Mr. Mail, would then kind of be invoked in terms of looking for further monitoring and data. Okay, thank you. If we can deal with the air quality issue first, then I can turn to Mr. Green on this, please.
Yes, thank you. In relation to areas where they could have been put, I mean, the ones at the moment, you've got the locations, they're not on Felgate. Felgate has not been monitored since 2013. The tubes are located, it's on a cul-de-sac, way down the back end of Hedworth, which has got no traffic, or very little traffic. It's a set of bungalows. The second one is in a cul-de-sac, just off the A19, which it's monitoring next to nothing. You get maybe 6 cars pulling in. And the main point is I queried because there is page 49 of the post-sub 50 air quality strategy report states, sorry sir, right, I've queried because we were told that there was one on Felgate where I have an email from Samantha Jobson. Is it Jobson or Jobson? Jobson. Because I queried where they were, because we were told there was one on Durham Drive, which goes around the estate, and we were told there was one on Whitemare Pool. You know, and the email just apologised. Good afternoon, Mr. Green. Apologies for the delay. I'm contacting you in relation to a query concerning air quality monitoring at Whitemare Pool and Durham Drive, Felgate Estate. The diffusion tubes at Whitemare Pool roundabout was located outside of North Drive. North Drive is in the back end of Hebburn. It's nowhere near Whitemare Pool. The tube was removed in 2016. The lead officer responsible at the time citing compliance with objection levels. Now the question arises there, sir, you know, if you don't get any fumes in your home with a carbon monoxide detector, do you take it down because, you know, there isn't any at that time? You know, it has to stay because, as Mr. Mail says, there's no AQMA around our area. It's never been monitored. So it goes on to say, sir, the tube located at Durham Drive, Chester Road Junction, which is at the top, which is just short of the A194 entrance. Now, there was one there must have been. The tube located at Durham Drive was removed at the end of 2013. This was removed due to continued compliance with objection levels. I would advise the diffusion tubes are regularly reviewed and locations can be removed due to consistent compliance with national objective levels. And it's in that very big paragraph, sir. I can confirm that the team will be reviewing our diffusion tube monitoring network imminently, and we are looking to provide additional monitoring locations in the area. This will include Felgate. Why now, sir? I know why, because they're trying to put an estate of 1,200 houses with a capacity for thousands of cars to go round in a 20-mile-an-hour road around Felgate, sir. Well, they should have done it then. 2013, so that's 13 years. It's never been monitored, and that's saying it has been.
I mean, Mr. Green, in terms of the evidence that's before me, as I've been referred to, I've got the air quality status report. I mean, there are various things we need to kind of apply ourselves to. It's nitrogen dioxide, there are various kind of particulate matters that are monitored. Borough-wide, it seems to me from the evidence, there's nowhere in the borough that's getting close to the point where, you know, national kind of requirements kind of are engaged in terms of taking particular action. I just wonder if there's anything specific or different in the Felgate area that would make me kind of seriously question that data. You say it's never been monitored. That's where I'm sort of getting to the point where things have been previously monitored, and if there isn't an issue or a compliance issue.
What happens, sir, is obviously there's a need to move around the diffusion tubes. We don't have an exhaustive amount of diffusion tubes. So if there is a specific period where compliance is documented, where there's no specific issues, and then we get requests from residents or elected members, we will look to where there's been particular elements of compliance and then look to rotate the diffusion tubes. That's just as standard what we would do. And again, it's about the logistics around the locations. Just because a receptor may be at the element of a cul-de-sac, it's about the air in the environment. So that is quite close to the A19 corridor. So that will pick up the particular matter from the A19 corridor. But to the layman source, if it's at the end of a cul-de-sac serving 6 houses, it's not the traffic going past as in those 6 houses. It's the traffic in the wider environment, just to give a little bit of understanding, sir. Thank you.
You referred to earlier, Mr. Mail, that where there had been air quality management areas, things have improved, and some people might think, well, right, that's the A19 area. You think about all the traffic at that location. What's in your advice to me is kind of generating those kind of improvements?
Yeah, I think for Lindisfarne specifically, the council was able to bring forward a sizable scheme at Lindisfarne using local growth fund. We've got a good working relationship with North East Combined Authority and regional funding partners. We implemented a scheme at Lindisfarne around 2018 at the time where the DEFRA team were bringing forward a directive to serve on the council. Through that implementation, where we brought forward a 3-lane corridor, we were able to demonstrate that through tailpipe monitoring that the evidence from DEFRA was to be challenged, and we've now reported that where our air quality management area is no longer in exceedance, that area is being revoked. We still monitor the location, and I think on record it's quite positive for the council to be in a position of revoking 2 air quality management areas, and I think high level, as the ASR indicates, we do have no foreseeable air quality issues in the local authority area as it stands. So, thank you.
I mean, for many people, there's the sort of perception that traffic will create fumes and air quality issues, and the kind of various indicators, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matters, generally relates to kind of traffic. I suppose is the general picture that kind of traffic emissions in themselves more generally are improving? Is there a strategy for electric buses or things like this?
Yeah, so
air quality.
Within our air quality strategy and working with sort of public transport providers, there's been some interjection of investment in electric buses, not specifically to the Felgate area by no means, but again, as Councillor Kilgour indicated, that we don't actually own the public transport network within the local authority area. There is the intention by the Mayor to take full control of public transport over the next 5 to 10 years. That said, you know, the interventions, we've got an air quality strategy that's quite specific in terms of a detailed action plan. We've seen a large proportion of people bring forward electric vehicles. So I think on paper, we are quite a proactive local authority, and air quality is high on the agenda. And likewise, as I said earlier, an air quality assessment will be required for every local plan application coming forward in the plan.
Thank you. We can hear from Councillor Kilgour next, and then Mr Green, and then Mr Morton.
Yes, sir. I think if we don't have any data, we don't know what we don't know. And I think, you know, to say that just because it's not and hasn't been monitored, given the onset of what we're looking at within the local plan, it's prudent to do that. And I think not wanting to skip back to the transport, and I won't offend you by doing so, sir, but we're also aware that the data that's coming through that Mr Green should have got yesterday indicates that there's actually an increase in traffic on that road. So it's not going away, is what I'm trying to say.
Mr Green, please.
Yes, sir. You asked about other things that we're concerned about.
Before, is this other?
Sorry, sir. It's to do with emissions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's highlighting risks from car brake dust emissions, sir. And, you know, I access lots of reports from various universities, and what I do is, because we haven't got the flexibility of affording, you know, any sort of support. But what I did was I emailed the lead authors of the studies, and one of them, Dr. James Parkin, got back to us, and he gave us lots of information which you've got access to, so it's on the... And basically, exposure to particulate matter, now it's brake dust and it's tire particles, generated by exhaust emissions from cars, vans and lorries, have been linked to an increased risk of lung and heart disease. Now, in our area, Kate Osborne, our MP, has highlighted this as an area where there is a high risk of lung and heart disease. However, particles are also released into the air from tyre, road and brake pad wear. These emissions are largely unregulated by legislation. Now, what he went on to say, sir, there is additional reports which you've got access to, because I was thinking, well, we're going on to electric vehicles and it's going to get better. But it's not, because electric vehicles are actually heavier. Yeah, you don't get the emissions, but you get more brake dust as a result of it. And I think this seriously needs to be looked into, because he also linked it to stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Now, on the A194, every morning and every evening, and on Follingsby, you've got stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, so it's creating extra air particles. A194, you've got it. A119, you've got it. Headworth Lane, you've got it. Abington Way, you've got it. Felgate Avenue, you've got it. Headworth Lane, you've got it. Because the whole area is brought to a standstill, sir, on stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Now, Felgate is home to 3 schools in the local vicinity. You've got generations, you've got grandparents, you've got parents, you've got children that are walking their kids to school through that every morning and every evening, sir. And the extra 1,200 houses, you know, will not help that situation. There will be an excess of thousands of extra cars, and the figures are available for the extra, what comes down Kilgour, the figures are available for the A194 extra traffic. They have got them.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Green. Mr. Morton, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to bring the conversation back to national planning policy and its requirements. Paragraph 105 of the 2023 NPPF, I'll just read it for the benefit of those who don't have it. The planning system should actively manage patterns of growth, focusing significant development to locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of travel. This can help reduce congestion and emissions and improve air quality and public health. So that's what national policy instructs us to do. Now, sir, at stage one of your questions was, is this a location that's well served by public transport? Both the council's evidence and our evidence was that this is a highly sustainable location. There's a metro station and bus services. And then the council's evidence again at stage one was that, having done a comparative exercise, this was the most sustainable location in the borough to accommodate large-scale development against the alternatives. So it follows there's a housing need to be met in this borough. The most sustainable location for large-scale growth is SP8. It has the benefit of public transport connections, and then if you compare that to the alternative of putting 1,200 houses in less sustainable parts of the borough, the public health and air quality benefits are best served at this site, sir.
Thank you. Before I move off air quality, final point, Councillor Kilgour.
Just very, very quickly, so it would be really advantageous if we did have, you know, a bus network that we were in control of. It absolutely would, and I think the futuristic view, as we've said, is intended for within 10 years, but 10 years is a long time. But equally, you're not kind of countering now where the buses get stuck in traffic, that particular traffic that we're referring to pre-1,200 homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And on sort of wider health issues, policy one of the planners proposed would require health impact assessments on sites over a certain size. Felgate would certainly fall into that category. So the council presumably is expecting or would be seeking a health impact assessment for the Felgate proposal. Are there any particular, from the council's perspective, health issues that I should be sort of having in mind for this site, or what the council would be seeking through that health impact assessment as part of a planning application for the Felgate area?
We don't consider any significant public health issues as a result of Felgate. We are confident that policies from colleagues around the table would mitigate against any of these significant health impacts that may arise. And in fact, we believe there could be some positive benefits from such a development. Things like much needed mix of housing, access to good quality transport, pushing of that active travel. We've spoken about buses, cycling, walking, the opportunity for new social and community connectedness is very much needed. There's the opportunities for new healthcare provision. So we do believe that done right, a health impact assessment could lead early conversations about what is needed to make that a really health promoting area. Alongside the health impact assessment, we very much link that to the South Tyneside Data Observatory, which takes us through a series of questions around the types of people, the housing, the impact on young people, the impact on the economy and employment, the impact on health. And we think by bringing in those health assessments early, leading to those conversations, could have a really beneficial impact on health in the area.
Thank you. Before bringing up Mr. Morton, is there anything further you wish to add on the wider health?
Yeah, just
dimension?
just very briefly. Totally agree with what the officers just said there. Just to confirm, my clients who are sat behind me, we will be doing a health impact assessment. They've instructed consultants, and we'll be engaging with officers in the council on that matter. Thank
you, Councillor Kilgore. On kind of talking about air quality, but wider health issues, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I very much respect the officer's view on that. I happen to disagree. I think we talked a lot yesterday around the mix of housing and the appropriateness of development in that particular area and across the borough. So there isn't the mix that is required, that the statistics determine are required, such as bungalows, older persons accommodation, extra care facilities, etc., etc. That's not being offered there. One bedroom accommodation is not being offered in the way that it needs to be. Affordable rent, affordable housing, by which way of buying. So the observatory does indicate it's a really, really good tool, but it doesn't indicate what the projections are. It indicates what we've got now, what the facts and figures are. And I'm sorry that it doesn't provide cohesion, because it separates the affordable from the non-affordable or non-reachable to most of us, and also puts the hub at the very ebb of the development, so it isn't cohesive at all. And with two potential exits onto Durham Drive, that does not allow, an acceptance from a health perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We obviously still need to have a discussion about policy 1 at a separate date. Before we take the mid-morning adjournment, is there anything in relation to wider health issues at this moment? Mr.
Yeah,
briefly, Mr. Green.
Sorry, I will go on to additional public health issues after the break, sir.
Kind of intending to sort of deal with them now, if you want to.
Okay, yeah. It was just I had them separate, air quality and local public health. I had a different lesson plan for each. So, as you know, there's a massive, there's a massive, community spirit on Felgate, sir. But they're scared because this happened with Ron Smith 10, 15 years ago, where he was fighting the development. It's happening again now. Probably happen again in the future, sir. And the concerns are, and I'm not going to go into it, the flooding, the sewage issues, the air quality, the traffic issues, noise pollution, vibration from building sites. But what I want you to think about, sir, is the effect that's on the mental health and well-being of the current residents, sir. I mean, the path, the gravel path that goes up, you've got the hedgerow, parallel with it, you've got the farmer's fence. It's been walked for half a century, sir, and many people can walk short distances because you've got gaps in the fence. They can just pick and choose. You walk, it's gravel path, and this is all related to mental health and well-being, sir. It's mindfulness at its best. Residents have highlighted it. You've got the biodiversity. As you walk, you can see the farmer. You've got pictures of the very last picture I had of a young child. He does live on the estate. I'm not sure whether his mum's here today. There's two of them. And they look out the window, and they're going to have that view. They're going to have the townhouses right there, and they're overlooking residents' properties. And the residents are stopping in the street, and they're saying, what's happening, because we're going to move. Now Felgate used to be, and I mean, my wife and I are 62, well, she's 63. But but what Felgate was, what you have is you have people moving about the estate. They love the Felgate community. It's got the spirit. It's got a brilliant, diverse, bunch of residents. But as I say, they are scared, and the person I feel sorry for, because they tend to be forgetting, is the farming family. Now we have actually raised this with our MP, because we have huge concerns. Now, what they'll lose is they'll not only lose the fields, which we were talking about yesterday, the carbon capture, and you lose a lot of that. And I know they're going to say, well, we'll put it all later on, but unless they're going to put a field on top of a field, they will lose it. What it is it's home to a local livery stable, and they're concerned. They're coming to and saying, Dave, what's happening? There's one of the young girls who's aspiring to be an Olympian. You know, they have 3 horses up there, and it'll be all lost forever.
And obviously Mr. Alderslade came to the stage 1.
He did, yes. I mean, and in the very, I mean, today is a very specific anniversary because 2 years ago we attended with the planning officers one of the very first discussions on Felgate on SP8, and we mentioned flooding, and and they seemed gobsmacked by it, sir. And Mr. Alderslade and the other residents present highlighted it, and they didn't seem to recognise it. When this local plan's been put together, they haven't looked at the reports. Some of the reports are, I'll not go into that, but it'll all be lost forever, sir. And that's the mental health and well-being of the residents.
And I've picked that up in the various statements. Before I bring in, is it Ms. Hardy for the council, and then we will have a break. Just for the record, I have read the Laverick Hall Farm statements. We discussed it as matter 1 in terms of the degree or otherwise of public access to this site. So that, notwithstanding what I've heard, I understand the position. Ms. Hardy, please.
Thank you, sir. Whilst I absolutely sympathise with Mr Green's points, I have to just emphasise that as a public health team, we work on data and evidence. We are guided by our joint health and wellbeing strategy, which was written not just by the council, but by the local health and care, social care system. And one of the quadrants of that, if you like, is our drive to promote safe and healthy places to live, learn and work, including more appropriate housing for our residents. And that's driven kind of our work, and we're satisfied that the health impact assessment will allow us, we have to weigh up the data and evidence, and we're satisfied that the health impact assessment will allow us to weigh up the data and evidence for and against developments when that comes through. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to take a mid-morning adjournment, just gone 11 o'clock. I'd like to be back in this room at 11:15, and we're going to pick up the final item on Felgate. In relation to transport, I think Mr Finch, I've heard your evidence, so if you don't need to be at the next bit, that's fine. Thank you for that. And when we come back, we're going to just look very briefly at the issues around delivery and timescales should this allocation remain in the plan. So if people could be back in this room at 11:15, please. Thank you. Okay, it's just gone 11:15, so I'm going to resume this hearing session, please. We're still on the first item in relation to the proposal for the sustainable growth area at Felgate, and it's the third item on my agenda around delivery timescales. This goes back to my mass issues and questions 7.30. So at the stage 1 hearing sessions, we were looking at were the site to remain in the plan, how it's likely to come forward, and kind of overall delivery time frame, and whether the approach that's put in the policy in terms of requiring or setting out a supplementary planning document for the site would hinder or aid delivery in terms of sustainable outcomes for the site, and whether there were alternative approaches that could yield similar results. I think it's also already been referenced this morning, the approach that the Council's taking at the Town End Farm site. I'm mindful the Council has already embarked on work on a supplementary planning document. It was raised under the very first item on the first day in terms of consultation. But I've put there the question, and I'd asked the Council as part of one of the many action points from stage 1, where it kind of saw the timetable going in terms of a supplementary planning document. And I appreciate I'll probably hear from others who've still got reservations around what that might mean for overall delivery. But I can invite the Council in the first instance to see whether any further modifications would be necessary for this policy. I want to make it clear I've not invited any as part of those questions, but I just want to understand whether any would be necessary, or whether we sort of continue with the supplementary planning document approach, or whether there is an alternative.
Yes, so as set out in the Council's response to 7.3, we did start the steps to sort of start working on an SPD for Felgate, and that was basically to ensure that this development is delivering high quality design and establishes the key design principles for the site, as it is the largest site in the local plan, and we wanted to make sure that it would be a high quality development going forward. We did provide the response to action point 13, which provided an indicative update to the timetable for the SPD, which sort of identified that we would be looking to adopt an SPD after the local plan was eventually adopted. But as set out in the MIQ response as well, we have noted that there were concerns raised during the stage 1 hearings about that potential delays that the adoption of the SPD may result in terms of actually delivering on the site. I think the Council maintains that the allocation should continue to deliver the principles that we want the SPD to that was to be set out in the SPD. However, we do believe that this could be secured doing modifications to SP8 and require a master plan rather than the SPD. As mentioned earlier, taking an approach similar to that set out in SP7A. And we've set out in paragraph 7115 to 7116 some of the scope of the modifications that could be required in order to update policy SP8. I think policy SP8 in itself is a very robust policy. There is quite a lot of detail in there already, and taking into account the other policies in the plan, I don't think the modifications to that policy would be significant. I think it'd be more in terms of bringing forward some of the information set out in the Felgate Opportunities paper to lay out the sort of key principles that we would want to see set out in SP8.
Thank you. Just so I can be clear from the Council's position, so there potentially would be further policy content drawn from the Opportunities paper, or would that sit alongside the policy in terms of supporting text?
Yes, it would. And
sorry, that was a. Is it in policy or in supporting text? Are you saying it would be both?
Yeah. I'll explain the structure of that. I just want to clear up something, if I may. just wanted to make sure I was right about something. We will include a diagram, probably within the supporting text, to show what those principles are. And take the approach which we've taken towards SP7A. And it's an approach which has found favour in other local plans as well, in which I've been involved, where there is a requirement to submit a master plan, which should also include a phasing and implementation plan. For those who are not here, who are not familiar with that process, it provides a very sound structure upon which to encourage the developer or developers to accord with those principles. It also provides a basis upon which one can assess when infrastructure is going to be required, how much housing can come forward in advance of that, and that in turn leads to a structured approach to contributions and the negotiation and subsequent agreement of Section 106 obligations to support the development. So that's essentially what we're proposing here, with the principles being identified in the plan. It also gives flexibility, which is important, to account for any changing circumstances, and also provides the ability for multiple housing products to come forward to increase the rate at which housing comes forward through those different products, and gives the local planning authority the kind of control it needs to ensure that development is both orderly and sustainable. So that's essentially what we're trying to do. There won't be a need, therefore, to have regard to an SPD if those principles are set out clearly in the plan. And in any event, one criticism of the policy as currently drafted is that it requires compliance with an SPD, which is in itself a dubious requirement because an SPD doesn't have statutory status. So what we're proposing here will be an approach which guarantees the soundness of the allocation and of the plan generally, because it is a major allocation.
And in terms of securing kind of the outcomes that would be expected of the site, in terms of overall sustainable development, high quality development, high quality design, in terms of this approach of a master plan, phasing and implementation plan, as you say, Mr. Shadowraven, well understood kind of requirements for major sites. Is the council looking for those to be as part of an initial outline, or as part, presumably as part of the first application for the whole site?
So it will be structured in such a way that there will be a requirement for the submission and approval of the master plan, which will incorporate a phasing and implementation plan. That means probably it will be followed by or accompanied with reserved matters application under the umbrella of an outline. But that process could also admit detailed planning applications for various parts of the site, provided they comply with the approved master plan.
And one of the roles, as I saw it from reading the policy in relation to the submitted approach around the SPD, was to have regard to kind of design code principles. I mean, design coding is the way forward in terms of securing quality outcomes. Is that something that would sit alongside the master plan in terms of looking for a design code for this development?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we do think that the other policies in the plan will help to assist in the determination of this application, particularly Policy 47, which has been informed and is based on national design guidance, and I know we'll come to talk about that policy in next week's session, but the principles within that policy very much sort of align with national design guidance at this point.
Say that the current SPD does provide some very useful guidance on the question of design, and so it would be possible to make a reference to the current SPD or the information contained within it as providing a guide. So that should be which could be taken into account in coming up with a design.
I won't sort of pursue it too much further now. I think just to advise the council, I'm sort of keen not to lose sight of the design coding issue and in securing design quality, high quality design outcomes, however that's done, whether that's something that's in the policy itself or there's sufficient information. I'm slightly reluctant about design codes in local plans at this moment in time, in terms of what that might mean, but I want to think a bit more about, as I say, not losing that potential requirement.
And we agree with that. We're not intending to insert a design code within the plan itself, but to provide a reference to material that already exists.
Thank you. Perhaps if I can hear from, I think it's probably Laverick Hall Farms, Mr Morton, and then I'll come to Councillor Kilgour.
Thank you, sir. I think I can keep this brief on behalf of my client. We're in full support of everything Mr Shadravian's just been through there in terms of process. Our client wants to deliver high quality development on this site. So, you know, if you wanted to secure high quality design through policy, we're fine with that. And I think that master plan approach would ensure consistency within the plan. Town End Farm has been discussed, so there'll be a consistency of approach there. Our concern was mainly around the wording of SP8 Part 3, that applications could only be approved where they adhered to the SPD, and the potential for delay and risk to the trajectory. And we're in full support that the master plan approach would achieve the same outcomes without the same risks.
Perhaps questions both the council and to Mr Morton, possibly Mr Dickinson. The supplementary planning document would have provided a kind of a stepping stone. We're talking here at kind of strategic levels, strategic policy. It has quite an element of detail for strategic policy, but nonetheless, for a lot of people, it will seem, you know, quite what's the word? No, my brain is failing me. It will seem, you know, relatively remote and kind of distant. And what will this mean for us? And obviously, the supplementary planning document route would have provided, well, here's some further detail and understanding around, you know, how the site could potentially come forward. Will the master plan route enable that kind of similar process? Because I'm undoubtedly going to hear concern that communities thought there was going to be a supplementary planning document, further detail, and then we'd start to understand a bit more about how this development would work on the ground. Will the if there's an alternative master planning route, thinking about community engagement, etc., is there still that kind of process of assisting communities before sort of first kind of detailed application?
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the points you were making there, and just wanted to also state our agreement with the Council's position and agree that a master plan approach would be the preferable approach and would remain robust. I think the important point here is that was the one that was raised earlier, that an SPD is not a statutory document, and that if a master plan was produced alongside the planning application, this provides a lot more certainty and opportunity to shape the development as opposed to the route of an SPD.
Thank you.
The diagram which we propose to introduce into the policy, or into the supporting text supporting the policy, will provide quite a lot of detail, schematic detail about how we see the site being developed. The important point is this, that no detailed proposals will come forward until such time as the master plan has been approved. And that master plan will be the subject of extensive consultation in the normal way. Once it's approved, then the detail will follow.
Thank you. Turn to Councillor Kilgour, please.
Thank you, sir. I would ask that you continue along the lines of an SPD. I completely object to the provision of only a master plan. It's a dilution of the detail, in my opinion. We've seen, and I spoke earlier around Townend Farm, which is only 400 homes potentially. This is 1,200. Everyone talks about this as a significant strategic site. There's absolutely no way that this should be managed on master plan alone, however detailed that might be. I think it's owed certainly the respect of an SPD, albeit not a legally binding document. And I think whilst, you know, it might be a developer's dream, the devil is in the detail, and I really would strongly oppose. That would come down to officers' discretion. We've already seen a huge shift from stage 1 to stage 2 in the data with regards to traffic, you know, health, etc., etc. So I have absolutely no confidence that a master plan would suffice for this potential site. Again, I'll refer you back, sir, to the Snaperley Park master plan. It's a completely different plan that is referred to. The access, you know, ingress, egress is completely different. It is not in any way like the Felgate proposal. And I would strongly, sir, ask, please, that should you be minded to leave this in, which of course we don't want, that there is an SPD to accompany that. And I think it's weakening the whole guise of this. We started off with the requirement of an SP1 or an SPD to go and look at it. We've already invested resource in that, and I suggest we continue with that, sir, please.
Thank you. I mean, I think the modifications that are being put to me, the one that's I'm hearing this morning is obviously the master plan, phasing and implementation plan route. And I'll take a view on whether I think that's necessary for plan soundness. The alternative, and I think the point that's been legitimately made, is obviously if I felt, well, no, well, the plan was submitted on the basis of a supplementary planning document and that still remains a valid route. Nonetheless, as has been pointed out, it is not the normal practice to have policy that requires development to be in accordance or to adhere to a supplementary supplementary planning document because it's not part of the statutory development plan, but it's something you have regard to. So the alternative main modification, if I felt we're still looking at supplementary planning document, would probably be still a modification to criterion 3 of the policy to introduce that have regard to rather than adherence. But I'm going to look at what comes before me and
Yes.
weigh up the options.
Yeah, and can I just make this observation too? It's likely that the master plan as approved will provide substantially more detail than the SPD, because it has to set a firm foundation for reserve matters applications. Now, the implication of that is that you're bound to be shown where the likely roads are going to go, points of access, community facilities likely to go, and how sustainable transport options are going to be maximised. So the community will have a more robust foundation upon which to make their observations.
Thank you. Mr. Green, please, and then I'll work my way around the table for the probably
Yes,
final point.
It's just something you just mentioned. Would there be? It's just to answer the question. Would there still be community engagement with this? Because we had the consultation on SP8. If I'm on the right lines here, was the question that was asked. And also, if this master plan, I'm gathering that it'll rely on reports that have already been provided by the council to do with the Felgate development, which we've highlighted throughout. There's a lot of the inconsistencies, but also it was just on the viability of it all. I'm just concerned that the Lavricks are in it for profit, and will they cut corners as a result of devising their own master plan and then taking it to the council, if that makes sense. It's lost.
Thank you. To assist you there, Mr. Green, as I heard from the council, there will be consultation on a master plan. So there will be that engagement. I don't know the detail about, we're not at the stage of the detail around that. In terms of, obviously I'm dealing with the evidence and the material that's necessary for plan making to inform this local plan. And I would anticipate there will be further data material that informs both the master plan and initial applications required by various policies that we're looking at as part of this plan. Okay. Mr. Morton, then Mr. Dickinson, and then I'm going to move on to the final bit of this, please.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate this point's probably beyond your control and your remit for this examination, but the concern from our client is, will an SPD be prepared? And furthermore, whether it has to be adopted or endorsed, but presumably it's going to need full council sign-off. And we only need to remind ourselves how difficult that can be. The fact that we're sat here today following Secretary of State intervention. What happens if a SPD isn't prepared or adopted? The planning process could stall. That could then threaten the trajectory and the implementation of the plan as a whole.
Okay, Mr. Dickinson.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back, obviously endorsing the points that Mr. Morton made there. Firstly, on consultation, obviously a planning application will be publicly consulted on, and there will be an extended window for whenever information is submitted for the public to comment on and make comments to the planning officer. There was a question on what the information will be used to provide a master plan. If it's provided with a planning application, it will have to be provided in accordance with all of the information and reports that are produced for that planning application, which includes things like parameter plans, which will include background information, like the necessary technical documents that will sit beneath it that will go well beyond what would be available for an SPD, where an SPD can only advise on what the policy says, the strategic policy. And then finally, I think the other point I just wanted to make, that the master plan should not be read in isolation, but within the planning application that comes forward at outline stage, you will have parameter plans. You will have a master plan that dictates the kind of identified infrastructure, key opportunities, phasing and implementation. You will also have a section 106 that sits there as well that will be informed by the master plan, and that will obviously identify funding, timing and triggers for a number of these key infrastructure things that need to come forward prior to any occupation of any dwelling.
Thank you. I'm going to come on to the final point, and maybe Councillor Kagawa, you can weave it into this kind of final point, or... Okay.
I think from our perspective, an SPD is required to set the baseline. The master plan would be in addition to that, in compliance with that. So whilst I fully agree with the master plan, of course, that's the route that SP8 has taken, the detail is already there around the location of the potential hub, the potential, 3-storey buildings, etc., etc. So we've already got that detail, sir. What I think there needs to be a stricter adherence to a background baseline policy. And I come from this having sat on planning committee for 10 years. So I'm not coming as a newbie. I know how these things work. Thank you.
So just finally then on policy SP8, the conclusion of stage 1 hearings and reflecting on the evidence I heard, I took the view that this site SP8 first delivery should be profiled or estimated, projected, whatever the right words are, to come forward in 2030-31 at the earliest, which I think was about a year behind what the council had originally kind of forecast. Probably emphasised the word forecast. I think that's been reflected now in the council's strategic housing land availability assessment, and would feed through into the final housing trajectory. This is probably an opportunity, before we have that wider discussion on housing land supply, in relation just specifically to this site, whether there are any sort of residual reservations about anticipating first delivery on this site in 2030-31. Given what I've heard this morning about potentially an alternative route through a master plan, phasing and implementation plan, does that overcome my initial findings from stage 1, or does it still remain sensible and sort of prudent to still anticipate first delivery in 2030-31? I think I've heard or read from the submissions from those with an interest in the site. It doesn't affect overall delivery within the planned period. It can be recovered, and as I say, it is a forecast, so things may happen sooner rather than later, but I thought I'd, just on the agenda, give that opportunity if there were any residual reservations. No. Okay, I'll move forward on that basis. Councillor Kilgour.
Thank you, sir. I've just been reading, and I had read around the Snaperley Park application, and it does talk very much about the master plan, and it talks, it says, however, last year 2 developers, I mean this is an aged document, Bellway Homes Limited and County Durham Land LLP put in 2 complementary applications for a certain number of houses. It sidestepped the fact that the council was developing a master plan as required by Policy 5 of the county plan. So I'm looking for, obviously, the site to be removed. However, we're looking for a strict robustness around this that the community can feel confident with. And I think given, having read that, and that's the site referred to by the developer, that it also states that the developers refused to work with the local authority. So there's always that risk, and I think this needs to be belt and braces if it's not removed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure whatever the council's going to consider will be belt and braces.
Well, it will. I mean, I don't know the circumstances there, but it seems to me that if they're sidestepping something, then the policy foundation is inadequate to deal with it. We're going to ensure that that's not the case.
Thank you. Very briefly, because I think you raised this site, Mr. Morton.
Yeah, my recollection of Snidely Park was that it was a developer-led master plan, not the council, and that was submitted with the planning application. So I haven't seen the reference that Ms Kilgar was referring to, but yeah, Snidely was a developer-led master plan, as the council are advocating here.
Just to add to the point around certainty, that if it's belt and braces and there's a requirement, if you are minded to include a minor modification that removes reference to the SPD and includes a reference to the requirement for a master plan as part of the first application, then it would have to be applied. We would have to deal with it. We couldn't sidestep it and not include it within the planning application because it would be in policy.
Thank you. I'm fairly certain from everything I'm sort of hearing, if there is a modification that is put forward to me, it will be a main modification, very much a main modification, and it will be subject to further consultation before I issue a report. So just to make everyone aware of that. Okay, thank you everybody for your contributions on the first item under matter 7 for Fellgate. We've, as indicated at the start of this morning's session, had a slight issue around programme versus agendas. Can I just understand, in the room, have I got people here who are anticipating to speak on matter 7, I think it's issue 2, on housing land supply more generally? I do indeed. So, yep, Mr. Waff as well there at the back. So what I'm going to do is probably take... Okay, thank you. So everybody. So what I'm going to propose is we take, it's coming up to 10 to 12, we'll take a 10-minute break, allow Annette to kind of reset the room so people who are coming for the housing land supply can join the table. I won't deal with item 1 on the agenda, probably wait till after lunch if the Bolden people are joining us at that point, and we'll start from item 2 on the agenda and work our way through. If anybody else joins us after lunch, I may need to have to temporarily just go back and have that discussion, but try and make best use of time and we'll crack on. So I'll adjourn now and I'll be back in this room for matter 7, item 2 on housing land supply at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. It's now just gone midday on the third day of the examination hearings into the South Tyneside local plan. I think it was indicated just before we took a short break. We're now resuming for matter 7, issue 2, under the umbrella of sufficient supply of homes. We're going to be looking at a number of policies within the plan, principally policy SP 16, 13 and 14, and then the overall kind of housing trajectory in terms of when housing development is likely to come forward during the plan period and how that should be measured. I think everybody who's been or is around the table has been at a previous session. I think Mr. Seabury for Banks, you came to one of the stage 1 hearing sessions, so you're familiar with how these events work. It'd probably be helpful to me and for everybody watching this session if we just quickly go around the table for people to introduce themselves. We all know to use the microphones when making contributions to the discussion. But if I can start first on my right with who'll be assisting today from the council's team, please.
Yes, good afternoon. No, is it afternoon? Yeah, just. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Paul Shelarevian, King's Counsel, acting for the council.
Rachel Cooper, Senior Plan and Policy Officer at South Tyneside Council.
Josh Dickinson from Deloitte, representing the Church Commissioners.
Neil Westbrook from Litchfields, representing Avant Homes.
Good afternoon, Chris Martin from the Home Builders Federation, representative body for the house builders in England and Wales.
Dominic Watt from Pegasus Group, representing Bellway Homes.
Good afternoon, sir. James Seabury, representing the Banks Group.
Good afternoon, Neil Morton from Savills, representing Laverick Hall Farm Limited.
Hi, Kevin Ayrton from ALG Planning, representing Story Homes Limited.
Good afternoon, sir. Councillor Geraldine Kilgour, representing Felgate and Hedworth Ward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Dave Green, representing the Save the Felgate Greenbelt Working Group.
Good afternoon. Councillor Shirley Ford, South Tyneside Green Party.
Thank you for that. Now, in terms of this discussion, we're looking at a number of matters in terms of whether the plan will provide for a sufficient supply of homes. I've tried through the agenda process to kind of bring to people's attention where there has been some updated evidence that's been made available during the examination process. Key around that, I think, for parts of this afternoon's discussion will be the council has updated its strategic housing land availability assessment to 2025. As planners amongst us, we'll slip into the acronym of SHLAR. So apologies for those who are not familiar with our technical language. And the council has also produced a housing trajectory update topic paper. They've been on the examination website now for some time, so people may have had an opportunity to see those and the relevance of some of that material to this discussion. The first item will be following an agenda that I previously published and circulated, and I'll be directing some questions in the first instance to the council and then seeking to bring other people in. In terms of the agenda, we're going to move over item 1 because representatives from East Bolton are not here at the moment, probably maybe due to my agenda issue. So we'll pick up that after lunch, but we are going to start with item 2 of the agenda in terms of the effectiveness of policy SP 16, which is the strategic policy setting out the housing requirement for the plan. I've previously indicated as part of my stage 1 hearings, post-hearings letter, that I've not been persuaded that there's an alternative to the submitted housing requirements. So still working on the basis of 309 dwellings per annum based on the relevant standard methodology figure at the time of plan submission preparation. So that's not an area I necessarily want to revisit as part of this discussion, But what is important is how the plan is going to deliver against that requirement, having regard to a number of factors, not least national planning policy, which is seeking overall to kind of significantly boost the supply of homes and to ensure, as part of a plan-led system, that there is a deliverable supply of housing, from my perspective, critically on plan adoption. So we'll start on that not so small matter with policy SP16 as the Council's strategic policy, and I've asked at my MIQ, I think 721, whether that's going to be an effective approach in terms of ensuring a deliverable supply going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, so policy SP16 demonstrates how the council will deliver the borough's housing requirement. It sets a clear requirement for the overall housing requirement, as well as the sort of breakdown for the neighbourhood plan areas, and provides a specific requirement for those areas. The policy also sets out how the council plans to meet this requirement through allocations, windfall sites, small sites. Additionally, local plan policy 58 sets the framework to which these policies will be monitored post-plan adoption. So the council will obviously continue to monitor a 5-year housing supply, and if it's apparent that we can't demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable sites, then the remedial action set out in Table 5, which is in Appendix 3 of the plan, that remedial action will be implemented. Obviously, under the new plan-making system, the council will be required to pretty much start writing a new plan immediately, so that'll kind of serve essentially as a very early plan review.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate, obviously, things are changing, and they have changed since the plan was drafted back in the end of 2023 and consulted on in early 2024. I appreciate at the time of plan submission there were reservations about really the effectiveness of this policy, SP16, on a number of levels in terms of whether it was allocating sufficient sites, and particularly what would happen in the event that the council was not able to demonstrate a 5-year deliverable supply. We'll come on obviously to what the housing trajectory may look like, but I think there were reservations, particularly around Part 9 of the policy, around what is meant by the kind of contingency measures. I'll allow people to kind of speak to that if that's still a point of concern, but I'd be interested to hear submissions, particularly from the development sector, from the point that the council's raised, that perhaps things have been eclipsed now by events, and that the requirement to prepare a plan under the new system, which is coming, will serve as effectively quite a strong plan review mechanism in any event. Mr. Martin first, please.
Thank you, sir. Our concerns with policy SP16 and its effectiveness really relate to the fact that you have a plan here where the requirement versus the supply is very narrow. It's a very small buffer of sites. It wouldn't take much for a site to drop out, or site capacities envisaged by the council not to be quite right, for them to then end up in a situation where the supply doesn't meet the requirement. And given that there's no intention from the council to put forward any sort of safeguarded land or anything like that, you may end up, and it's not improbable, to have a situation with a plan that doesn't meet its requirements. And under that circumstance, I can't see many other levers that the council can pull to boost supply. This is something that's been flagged continually all through the plan-making process of this plan, that there is an inadequate amount of sites allocated. I understand what the council have said in their hearing statement, that they don't think there are any of the sites that they can identify to be allocated, but there were several sites in Regulation 18 that were then later kicked out of the plan, which my members would say are deliverable and developable, and a lot of them were kicked out, I would put forward, for rather spurious reasons. So it's something that has been flagged early on in the process, and it's a bit disappointing that we're now in this process where we're talking about supply, and I know we're going to go on to it later about step trajectories. That this is a problem that was foreseen very early on in the process, and the council didn't act on it. Compounding that, the council have, on over a number of years now, not delivered the amount of housing that's required. That just adds further fuel to the fact that there can be little confidence that even when this plan is adopted, that they can deliver the number of homes that are required. I know the council suggested some contingency measures. I would suggest that the monitoring framework is rather inadequate in this respect. I believe it just comes down to almost review housing allocations and plan policies. Well, there needs to be something with teeth in there. I would say that was a lot more stringent. And then we move on to the fact that things have moved on, as you said, sir, and we are in a situation now where once this plan is adopted, should it go forward for adoption, the council will need to then do another plan. But this plan should be standing on its own 2 feet. I don't think it's an excuse for a poor plan, a plan that could potentially under supply houses. It needs to be sound on its own merits. So from our point of view, what we would like to see is more sites introduced, potentially safeguarded sites for the what may happen in terms of not having an adequate supply. And we would suggest that there is some sort of review mechanism put in the plan, notwithstanding what paragraph 236 says of the MPPF, to give it teeth to ensure the council does follow through with it. Because again, we're dealing here with a council who, it's no fault of the officers, but their members were manifestly not wanting to submit this plan for examination, and it required Secretary of State intervention. Therefore, as the HBF, we've got little confidence that a plan will swiftly follow this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hear from others, and I may come back to you, Mr. Martin, in terms of some things I want to follow up on from what you've said, but others may have similar views. I think it was Mr. Ayrton next, and then Mr. Morton.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Martin's made a few of the points. I'll try not to repeat them all. But I think our client has repeatedly made the point throughout the process that the policy will not be effective. If the plan is adopted, it looks to be agreed that an early review of the plan will be required, with further allocations being required in the Greenbelt to meet the known significant increase in housing need. However, this review will take a long period of time and will be much lower when compared with addressing the known matter as part of this current process. The policy is drafted appears to acknowledge that there's a real prospect of needing to release additional Greenbelt land for housing of a 5-year supply cannot be demonstrated, or the housing delivery test has failed. And it's unclear how this would be achieved or delivered without safeguarded land or its consistency with paragraph 140 of the MPPF. The recent letter from the Secretary of State for Housing and Planning confirms that the Planning Inspectorate again has the option to recommend as part of this examination that a Greenbelt review can be undertaken to see if additional sites can be identified to meet development needs. And I repeat, I think that the solution is to make policy SP16 more effective is to release more land from the Greenbelt now and allocate additional sites and safeguarded land.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, please.
Thank you, sir. I think the points have been made. I've just wanted to underline that point that, to steal Mr. Ayton's phrase of the week, the council's already squeezed the pips in local plan number 1 in terms of deliverable and developable capacity outside of the green belt. Local plan number 2 is going to require additional greenbelt land. The council have acknowledged that. I'm sorry to repeat this point again, but my concern is, will local plan number 2 actually be prepared, given the significant amount of extra greenbelt land that's going to be needed? So I don't think that easy answer of local plan number 2 will sort out any deficiencies on local plan number 1. It needs to stand on its own feet, 2 feet, as as my colleagues mentioned. And so I won't repeat it, but you'll be aware we've put forward the case for safeguarded land at Felgate at stage 1.
Thank you. If I can just pick up some issues first with the, I call widely sort of described as the development sector, probably more to Mr. Martin in the first instance in response to some of the points you've raised in terms of potential levers that are available if there is an issue. Just firstly, in terms of whether there's an issue, it's a minimum housing requirement. Come back to the council's evidence. Their view is this plan will meet that minimum requirement with a small headroom. Even on the latest figures, there may be disputes about that, but it's there's a view as to whether it technically meets the minimum requirement, and therefore for soundness, do you need to allocate more sites as if at minimum you are meeting that requirement? I don't know if you have a response or a view to me on that.
I would say yes, sir, because you need that flexibility in supply. I don't think I've ever come across a local plan that ends up with all the sites delivering exactly what they said on exactly the time scale that's put in a trajectory. There usually is problems with 1 or 2 sites. They might not get delivered. There might be a delay. The form of development might change, which might mean the site capacities are different. It's just a sensible thing to do to have an adequate contingency in there. I don't think having, I think my calculation was 188 unit buffer. I don't think that's adequate at all. That really wouldn't take very much for the council not to be meeting its minimum requirement. And it goes back to having an effective policy and a positively prepared policy.
Thank you. And in terms of some of the measures that have been identified in terms of potential modifications to policy, I think as you've referred to early plan review, I think that's been a well recognised and rehearsed kind of mechanism that's been identified for other plans. Would that be within a specific time frame, or is it just a requirement for an early review?
Thank you, sir. Well, given what the NPPF says, I think it would be an immediate plan review, and they'd have to immediately start that process. And as Mr. Ayrton said, notwithstanding the government's vision to have plans prepared within a 30-month timescale under the new plan-making system, I'm still somewhat sceptical about that. So the sooner a new plan is brought forward, the better. It's just that over the years I've been to a number of plan examinations under a number of guises, and we talk about plan review, and some sort of policies put in there. It's very wishy-washy, and the plan review never happens. And my concern is, irrespective of what the NPPF says, and given the history of the council, what the council have done here, I'm really sceptical about whether they're going to sort of pull the socks up and get on with the new plan, which they need to be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. This may end up a bit of a conversation between us, but I promise I will bring in others. In terms of the council, as you say, pulling its socks up or getting on with the plan review, presumably there are risks if they don't get on with that process, and presumably there is an incentive and a strong kind of imperative for a local authority to get on with a plan review under the new system. And it doesn't need to be kind of replicated or articulated in the policy. I'm just wondering if putting in something about plan review would be sailing too close to what's in the NPPF.
I wouldn't say so, sir. I know that there's the government sort of talking a tough line in terms of intervention for authorities that drag their heels. For instance, I guess there's Stockport, which you may be aware of, sir, where the Secretary of State wrote to the council and told them basically to get on with their plan. There's always the threat of the intervention and potentially the Secretary of State writing the plan for the authority, but you don't see that in action very often. You might see a stern letter from the Secretary of State. So from our point of view, the HBF's point of view, we still have misgivings about how quickly the council might be able to put a plan forward. There's a 30-month time scale, as you're aware, but to get to that Gateway 1 situation, the council could delay that feasibly for quite some time before they get to that gateway one, then the 30-month period starts ticking.
Thank you. I mean, I was perhaps driving more at Mr. Martin, just, you know, the penalties for authorities, particularly with the change in policy around Greenbelt, if they don't get on with a revised, a new local plan.
So yes, I appreciate that, but I guess we're in a plan making system, aren't we, sir? So the preference would be to have an up-to-date plan rather than relying on a lack of 5-year supply or failing housing delivery tests.
Thank you. Mr. Shadowravian for the council, please.
I have to say, I find this speculation on whether or not the council will fulfil its obligations under the new planning system to be slightly objectionable. And it should not inform any decisions made for the purposes of this plan. The question is whether or not the requirement is appropriate and whether or not it will be met. Speculation beyond that is not appropriate in my submission.
Thank you. Mr. Ayrton, please.
Sorry, just a quick point to pick up on. It probably could be probably later in the agenda about the step trajectory, because the housing supply could have an impact on some of the levers. But I think that's probably a point for later in the agenda.
Thank you. I mean, so I'm just reflecting, Mr. Shadowravian. I understand the point. I mean, I think I'm just testing and I'm trying to understand the effectiveness if there was a modification as being put to me in terms of a change to policy SP16 that invoked an early plan review. I'll come on to the point that's also been made about a Greenbelt review.
I perfectly understand the logic of that, but it strayed beyond that. And the question is whether or not there should be a review policy, a review requirement. I think our simple response to that is things have moved on. We're under an obligation, I think it's October, isn't it? Yeah, to get things moving. So the idea of having a review mechanism here is really redundant.
Thank you. The other sort of lever that's been referred to me is that as part of this plan making process, additional sites are released or safeguarded land is identified in terms of being necessary for soundness to provide that flexibility in the overall supply. Can I hear from those who are advocating that what the kind of practical implications of that would be? So presumably that would be an instruction from me as a finding to ask the council to find additional land supply.
Yeah, I mean, the Regulation 18 version of the plan had additional sites which were considered to meet the criteria and the spatial distribution strategy. So there's a big evidence base there already of suitable sites which have been draft allocations. And again, it's probably a point for later, but the 5-year supply at adoption includes quite a significant contribution from Greenbelt sites that are proposed to be allocated. So the council accept that additional sites being allocated can make a strong positive contribution early on in the plan period. I respect that's more of a point for the 5-year supply, but the sites there that are available that can be delivered, and there's the background evidence shows that.
Obviously, we all want the outcome to be a sound and quality plan. I mean, just on a practical level, in terms of finding additional supply, you refer there to, there's obviously been further previous rounds of plan making, albeit some time ago. I mean, is it as straightforward, excuse me, and I'll come to the council on this point. I mean, is it as straightforward, excuse me, as going back to that earlier round of plan making, the sites that are there, or will it require additional work, additional assessment, And potentially, how long could that take?
I think it would need additional work, but I guess in terms of timescales, it's the quickest way of boosting housing supply and meeting need, which is there now, affordable housing delivery, which needs to be delivered now. So, in the context of the timescales of this plan-making process to date, and any potential review later down the line, it is the quickest and most effective way of addressing a known shortfall and a known requirement to deliver more sites in the Greenbelt. We all know what's coming with the new local plan and the new housing methodology. That's got a task in itself to deal with that. So for that to also have to pick up on any deficiencies from this current local plan is just adding more to that process and more delays, no doubt. So yes, it will take a bit of time, but in the overall scheme of things, it's the quickest way of addressing the shortfall.
Thank you. And you mentioned previously, Mr. Etton, I think it's reflected in a recent ministerial letter to the Planning Inspectorate, I think revoking the previous written ministerial statements in terms of inspectors being able to recommend Greenbelt reviews. So is that something you are advocating should be reflected or embedded in policy SP16?
I guess, again, it probably comes back to the point where there's a question about supply and deliverability. I guess it's more of a question of, in respect of the policy, I guess the question about whether the policy can adequately address the known issue now is more, does the planning itself need more sites to address the need rather than it being, I think reading the policy, there seems to be a recognition that there's a real chance that there will be a shortfall, and the Greenbelt is just a significant constraint to adapt later down the line. And it's the reason why there's been such under-delivery over the last so many years. So I think it's more of a matter of addressing the matter in making the plan rather than a word into a policy to look at it later down the line.
Thank you. If I can work my way along the back row, I will come to my left side of the table, and I'll just perhaps seek a view from the council in terms of finding additional supply, if that was the way forward, and the kind of the practicalities as the council might see it in terms of that as an option. Mr. Seabury next, please.
We would support the views that have already been set out, and ultimately there was a large evidence base which underpinned those previous iterations of a plan, so that would or could be the starting point. Appreciate that would have to be updated, but that is quite commonplace in local plan examinations, that there is a need for additional sites and opportunity to do that. So we think that is the quickest way to address the potential lack of supply, rather than relying on a plan review which none of us really know what that's going to entail or the timescales that sit within that.
Mr. Waff, please.
Thank you, sir. May come as no surprise, but just to say that I do share the views presented by Mr. Ayrton in terms of where safeguarded land could be found, in terms of earlier versions of the local plan. And it was just to draw your attention, sir, to comments I made at stage 1 of the examination in terms of some inconsistencies that we found in assessing, well, in choosing to allocate and not allocate some land. Certainly our position is that if that is re-reviewed, that certainly some safeguarded land could be found.
Thank you. Indicated a moment ago, invite the council. It's put to me positively that there's an existing evidence base, previous sites have been considered. If I was concerned about the margin of headroom between what's been identified in supply against the requirements, I felt it was necessary for soundness to add further contingency into the plan at this stage. Some sites can be quickly identified, consulted on, come back to further hearings for me to consider, because they'll attract representations before going out to main modifications.
So the answer has to be on the premise that you actually find there is a need to identify further sites. Is that right?
Yes, if I...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just preface what I'm going to say now by the fact that a lot of what's been voiced here has already been voiced at stage one. We've been through the justification for the spatial strategy, for the requirement, and why certain sites were rejected, etc. That's all been dealt with. What is now being suggested is that there is going to be, or likely to be, a shortfall. There is absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever. The headroom, if you put it that way, would need itself to be justified before you can even start looking at other sites and what that requirement, additional requirement, should be. There's no evidence to support that. You can't just go out and start allocating sites in the greenbelt without very special circumstances being demonstrated. So that figure would have to be robustly demonstrated. There is nothing here to suggest what that figure should be. That's the first point. And it's not, in my respectful submission, for this examination to go away and create one without that evidence. Second point I would say is this. When one looks at the trajectory, and I know we're going to come on to discuss that, it's a matter of reality that the major allocations are going to start delivering after year 5. If one puts it into the context of what the statutory obligation and policy obligation on this local authority is to start an immediate review, you can see that that will, in essence, deal with that issue. In terms of the practicality, even if you were to identify a figure, which would need to be robust and justified in order to release further greenbelt land at this stage, you would need to allow for a fairly substantial delay before we get to the modifications, the end of the modifications period, because of the implications for the further work that would need to be done to substantiate the choice of sites to meet the additional requirement. So that would mean a greenbelt, further greenbelt review, further SA work in order to justify the allocations chosen. And they wouldn't just present themselves out of the air. They would have to be compared. And in doing that, one would have to have regard to any potential future spatial strategy that would need to be adopted for the purposes of the immediate review. Because one wouldn't want to prejudice the options available to the council at that stage. Bearing in mind particularly that there will be a need to meet a much higher requirement, which in itself may dictate a spatial strategy that would not be reflected well or be compatible with further choices to be made by allocating other sites within the greenbelt at this stage. So one has to exercise a degree of reality and a degree of caution here, having regard to what is likely to occur beyond the adoption of this plan. I think that's about all I need to say, actually.
Thank you. Before I invite people to my left, I'll give anybody an opportunity to respond to that. I mean, in particular, the point in terms of, is there an evidenced shortfall against the housing requirement, or do people want to leave that till we go through some of the kind of components of supply?
I think we'll come back to that one. The point I would raise is all the plan review is going to do post-adoption is boost supply in years 6 to 10. It's not going to boost supplies in year 1 to 5. So the only way to address the potential immediate shortfall, it's quite an interesting one, where we're used to seeing local plans where delivery in the latter years of the plan is an issue. That's really where a review mechanism works. In this scenario, the issue is an immediate issue, and it's that lag between before these large sites, these sites which require offsetting compensatory land can come forward. There's that immediate need for sites. So it's a different dynamic to what I would expect to see a plan review being used for.
Thank you. Can I hear next from people who've patiently been waiting? To my left, is it Councillor Kilgour? Should we go in that order, then Mr Green, then Councillor Ford?
Thank you, sir. I've got to say, and I've voiced this previously, I did raise concern around the selection of the sites. Previously, as in Felgate, seemed to provide far greater value, as in retaining, than some other sites by way of that detailed investigation. So I do still have those concerns. I would agree with Mr Shadaravian in that we are looking at this particular plan. However, what I would note is that, sir, if Felgate should be removed from the plan, there would be a need for additional sites, of course, but that would be you rendering the plan not sound. What I would say with regards to the safeguarded land at Felgate, that is being suggested and has been withdrawn, I support the withdrawal of that. Felgate has not only been impacted by this particular proposal, but also by the removal of Greenbelt for the IAMP, which has been really significant. So this is a huge additional taking from the Greenbelt on Felgate, the safeguarded land. It also does not allow, even currently, for the BNG requirements to be met, and certainly not on site.
I think we really are going over ground that was covered at stage 1. I'm struggling to see how this is relevant to policy SP16.
Can I mention about the other sites? I think the ones I do think I don't hold weight in that there hasn't already been investigations, because there has. So at Reg 19 they were dropped or taken forward, and they were at a state of readiness of investigation at that particular point. And just going back to the infrastructure as well, and I think the decisions and the discussions around, not being confident around full council taking them forward, that is the democratic process that we're in. That's we represent our community.
Mr Green, please.
Yeah, thanks, sir. It's just concerning, particularly in relation to Felgate, that, well, first of all, that the developers are making the assumption that exceptional circumstances have been proven, unless I'm mistaken, they haven't yet, to release Greenbelt land. And I'm just concerned, that in relation to Felgate, they're asking for the remainder of the land on the Greenbelt to be safeguarded for development. But then that goes against all the principles of the Greenbelt, because it will then create, it'll create urban sprawl, where we'll then be connected with the IAMP to Sunderland and to Gateshead, and it totally does away with the Greenbelt principles.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I was just going to agree with the points made by Mr Shadaravian about where we are right now with this plan, and there is no shortfall. The housing requirements are clearly being met, and there is some headroom. The history of how we got here is simply that that was part of the democratic process. There has, been points raised by myself at that point about the fact of why are we submitting this plan when we immediately need to start a plan in a new regime. So the fact that we've already had the removal of sites from previous iterations into the Reg 19 stage, there's no justification for assuming that those sites are acceptable to be brought back in immediately. There's just been another Greenbelt review that was aiming to keep defensible boundaries of the Greenbelt. We are a very constrained borough with being bounded by the river and the sea, and there is no other land. There's Greenbelt, but there's no other land beyond that, which you have in other authorities. We would be looking at, future. We're going to look at other issues around densities and things. So there are. I would dispute the fact that the main urban areas has been squeezed till the pips come out, whatever the phrase was. There are always other sites that need to be investigated in the next iteration of the plan. So thank you.
Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you, sir. Just for avoidance of doubt, we wouldn't be advocating the removal of Felgate. I think that would have the opposite effect of what we think, which is a further need to boost house building. From listening to what has been said around the table, you'd be mistaken for thinking that everything's sort of hunky-dory with the supply in this plan. I would highlight the fact that the council are asking for a step trajectory. That, to me, is a bit of a warning light that all is not well with supply if they're having to do that. That's I'd raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll come on to that probably this afternoon after the lunch adjournment. Are there any further points people wish to raise in relation to policy SP16? My question that was posed about its effectiveness. I think I'm quite clear from various submissions what people would seek me do by way of modification, and I'm clear on the council's kind of resistance to those submissions. In which case, can I move on then, please? Probably before we'll start the discussion, then probably break for lunch. Part of the council's housing land supply. It's not unique to South Tyneside. In fact, it's often a component of the housing land supply is windfall provision. The council itself has a policy 13 on windfall and backland sites. And my questions are various questions that I put to everybody, including the council, in terms of the effectiveness, I think clarity of that policy in terms of what it's seeking to achieve, and then ultimately whether there's the, I think, in the language of national planning policy, whether there's the compelling evidence to make an allowance for windfall going forward. So, invite the council first, please.
Yeah, so the intention with policy 13 was to support a range of site types and sizes to come forward, or to be able to come forward under that policy. We recognise there's a bit of wording in there that could potentially stop that, so we've proposed a modification under question 7.23, which would remove that small infill little bit of wording, just to ensure that the policy allows a range of site sizes to come forward. In terms of the windfall allowance that we've allowed for in the housing trajectory, that's kind of set out in the efficient use of land paper, that sort of sets out the reasoning behind that. But just very briefly, the local development framework, the adopted plan for the borough, allocated sites to meet the borough's housing need up to 2026. But windfall sites have still continued to come forward and make a significant contribution to the borough's housing delivery. And we've seen that windfall sites have continued to come forward. So just a couple of examples is the Simonside Arms and Shaftesbury Avenue. So those are sites that have never sort of been in the SHLAR process until the point that they've come in as planning applications, so they're sort of completely unknown sites to the council. And yes, sites like that continue to come forward. Sorry, as I say, the kind of methodology behind the windfall allowance is set out in the efficient land use paper, but the council considers that's a proportionate and reasonable allowance.
Thank you. And in terms of the allowance that's being made, it's 37 dwellings per annum. And in terms of, we'll come on to the trajectory, just to confirm with the council, you're not making an allowance for windfall in the first 2 or 3 years post sort of plan adoption to kind of recognise there'll still be supply commitments coming through.
Yeah, that's correct. So the windfall allowance allows for 37 dwellings per annum, which is kind of based on 27 on large sites and 10 on small sites, and that kicks in from year 6 from the March 2025 SLAR.
And I've obviously heard various stages, including this afternoon already, the margin between supply and requirement. So presumably the council wants a positive kind of policy where there is sustainable windfall to come forward. I think people have seen the council's proposed modification that it's not just a small infill site, so that's removed from the policy. There are other things that policy 13 seeks or requires from or as part of windfall development, and one of the aspects is at criterion 1.5 that development would make a positive contribution, and I think there was certainly representations on the plan as to how that would be adjudged and whether that's a potential inhibitor of further sustainable windfall. I think it was my MIQ 724.
Yeah, so the intention with that wording was just to ensure that proposals are assessed in sort of to ensure that schemes contribute constructively to meeting the local housing needs and support the delivery of well-designed and sustainable communities, and they sort of fit in with the overall local plan spatial strategy.
Thank you. And just finally on the policy itself, policy 13, I don't want to lose sight of, I think that through the statement of common ground with National Highways, there's been an agreement that there'll be a further modification to the policy, I think to reflect their concern or their view on cumulative kind of impacts. So just making a note that that's not lost in the ether. In terms of then looking at windfall, as I say, a lot of plans will make an allowance for windfall. There does have to be compelling evidence to do so, as required by national planning policy at paragraph 71 of the version of the NPPF we're working to. The council's obviously set out its evidence for what the rate it wants to include within the plan. Can I hear from those who feel that that's potentially not going to be an effective approach, or that we need to apply a bit more caution around the windfall allowance that's being made through a combination of how effective policy 13 will be, plus the council's evidence to date, and what I'm hearing about, sites are nonetheless coming forward irrespective of the SLAR process and what the council sought to do in terms of allocating anything that's suitable, achievable and available through the SLAR. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. It's really just to say welcome the amendment that's been suggested by the council to take that wording of small infill. I think that clarifies it somewhat. My view is it probably needs further clarification, because now as read it just says the site is previously developed or is a site within the main urban area. Do we need previously developed reference in there, given that the council will be needing as positive a windfall policy as possible? And just for clarity, it could be brownfield sites, it could be greenfield sites, because in reality they're going to need opportunities on either site if they're sustainable to come forward. I was suggesting that simply it just needs to be replaced with sites within the urban area that would make a positive contribution.
Thank you. I'll come back to the council. Was the council seeking a distinction in policy that it would be previously developed land anywhere, or small, or a site within the main urban area, or is it both?
Yeah, so as it's worded, sort of, if that modification was to be taken forward, the intention would be that it kind of opens up the policy to be previously developed or land within the main urban area. And then we also have obviously that last kind of positive contribution little bit that we just discussed, that's also an or, not an and, so it kind of, yeah, that it allows for either or.
The first part of the policy could apply to previously developed land anywhere.
Anywhere rather than just the main urban area.
Okay, so on that basis, I think, Mr. Martin, do you still advocate an amendment?
No, that just makes it a little bit clearer from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further points in relation to windfall provision, Mr. Ayrton?
It was just a minor point about the main urban area, and it's a coincidence, but paragraph 2.5 of the draft local plan, it says the areas of Baldens, Cleedon and Whitburn Village are separated from the main urban areas. So I think that might be just a separate part of the boat. If you kind of, I just flagged up a bit of kind of conflict with what is the main urban area.
I was relatively clear from the council that the main urban area includes South Shields, Jarrow, Hebburn, the Baldens, Cleedon, and presumably it's identified as such on the policies map.
That's correct, yeah. And there's a map in our hearing statements, which I believe is also in the plan somewhere, but it's figure 2 in our matter 7 hearing statement that kind of identifies the main urban area.
We could probably delete the word the main and put a main urban area. Makes it clear we're referring to all of them.
Okay, thank you for that. It's coming up to 10 to 1. We've still got a reasonable amount to discuss around housing land supply. Before I take the break, appreciate Mr. Butler, you've joined us. I was just saying at the start, unfortunately there's been a bit of confusion between the programme and agendas. So what I've done is started the discussion further along the agenda. So we haven't discussed item 1 at all yet, so I'll come back to that after the lunchtime adjournment.
Yes, thank you, sir, and my colleagues from East Bolton Forum will be here for that. So I was just going to make what I hope is a helpful point about East Bolton and the main urban area. The neighbourhood plan for East Bolton includes a settlement boundary which effectively is the village of East Bolton. So any windfall sites within the urban area of East Bolton, if you want to describe it as that, would have that support.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'm suggesting now is we'll take a lunchtime adjournment. It's just come up to 5 to 1. And I'd like to resume back in this room at 2 o'clock, and we'll be on item 4 of the agenda in terms of the approach to housing density. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's just gone 2 o'clock, so it's time for me to resume this hearing session into Matter 7, Issue 2 of the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. Just to remind everybody in the room, I'm David Spencer. I'm the planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination. Can I just remind people again, just to ensure that phones are on their silent settings, please, or switched off. I don't think we're due a fire test or alarm this afternoon, so I think the previous standing advice applies. So if the alarm does go, we'll need to exit the building. I think we go out to the car park and we'll assemble there. Before we took the adjournment for lunch, we'd made some progress into the agenda for Matter 7, Issue 2, but we hadn't covered Agenda Item 1. Apologies to those from East Bolden. I think there's some confusion. I generated some confusion between the programme and the agenda. So we haven't discussed Item 1 yet. So what I'm proposing to do is we will deal with that first, as I know you've made specific representations on that. And then if there's anything further you wish to pick up in terms of either Items 2 or 3 on the agenda, which we've already discussed, I'm very happy to hear from you on those 2 points. I think everybody around the room has introduced themselves. Obviously, these sessions are being recorded as per normal, but can I just invite the 2 representatives from East Bolden to just introduce themselves again for the recording?
I'm Dave Hutchinson from East Bolden Neighbourhood Forum.
Good afternoon, Mervyn Butler from Clevedon East Bolden Labour Party.
Thank you. So if we return to Item 1 on the agenda, and it's the issue of the housing requirement, we've looked at certain parts of policy SP16, but one of the requirements in national planning policy is for strategic policies in local plans to set housing requirements for neighbourhood plan areas. And I think I turn to the council in terms of the response to one of my MIQs on this. There are 2 neighbourhood plan areas within South Tyneside, and if I can just understand from the council the approach you've taken in terms of setting a housing requirement for these neighbourhood plan areas, please.
Yeah, so policy SP16 sets the housing requirement for both East Bolden and Whitburn neighbourhood plan areas. While there's no set method for setting housing requirements, the general policy making process that's already been undertaken by local authorities can be taken into account and used to direct development, and it can kind of take into account the relevant policies and evidence such as the strategic housing land availability assessment, and that's kind of how, in the context of policy SP16, we've arrived at those requirements for the 2 neighbourhood plan areas. So the sustainability appraisal, the SHLA and the site selection topic paper all informed the spatial distribution of the proposed allocations, which in turn informed the specific requirements for the neighbourhood plan areas.
So in essence, what's presented in policy SP16 as neighbourhood requirements for these 2 communities is the sites that are allocated under policy SP7?
Yeah, that's correct. So it's essentially a capacity-based requirement.
Thank you. And that wouldn't rule out or preclude if sustainable windfall came forward in these villages in addition to that figure?
Yeah, so same as the sort of overall housing requirement, it's an indicative minimum requirement.
And we touched on this as part of the discussion on day 1 this week. East Bolden, there's a particular dimension to the housing land supply in terms of not only is there the proposed allocation, which we discussed at stage 1, and I've got the views from the forum and others on that, is this issue of the site at Clevedon Lane. Now, I think as discussed on day 1, the council is accounting for this site within its housing trajectory on the basis that it was a site that had a resolution to grant planning permission, but the Section 106 legal agreement had not been signed.
Yeah, that's correct. So at the time that the plan was prepared, that, as you say, the site had a resolution to grant, but obviously the situation with that site has changed quite a bit over the course, and we're expecting obviously it to change again during this week or next week.
Okay, because obviously it's a site subject to a current appeal at the moment. I mean, the reason I raise it, I mean, it is a site, it's not in, apologies, double negatives, it's not insignificant at 202 dwellings, so it's a large, if it wasn't allocated, it's a large windfall site. I think there's people around the table who have raised issues around this in terms of how it could be sort of presented within the plan, and we discussed or touched upon in the first session whether, given its background and where it is, it would be necessary for soundness to positively identify it in policy SP4 as an allocation within the main urban area, as a site that technically, as we sit here now, doesn't have planning permission.
Until such time as it does, it needs to stay in.
It does, and I think it's a question of where it's accounted for. I appreciate the council has factored it in, so it's forecasting and projecting something for it, but ordinarily, and thinking back to the discussion we had under SP4, the council was saying for sites that have got planning permission that were in SP4 that were not yet under construction, that they would remain as allocations, and I just wonder whether the Cleedon site would meet that threshold as well. I'll put it to the council. If I'm thinking of a main modification, which then leads us on to, and will have a bearing on this discussion, if Cleedon Lane was to be positively identified in policy SP4, would the housing requirement figure in SP16 need to increase to 465?
Yeah, we would agree that policy SP16 would have to be modified.
Thank you. I'll bring in others on this particular point and the treatment of how the plan sets a housing requirement for neighbourhood plan areas. So I invite Mr Hutchinson first for the forum, then I hear from Mr Butler, and I'll bring in Mr Westwick for Avon Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think in terms of a discussion about the neighbourhood plan and the housing requirement, it's important to remind everybody that in the Maid Neighbourhood Plan, which was agreed in 2021, we had commissioned a survey by ACOM, which looked at the housing need within the forum area, and that indicated a figure of 146 dwellings up until 2031. Now, obviously, we've moved beyond that in terms of the council's housing target, but I think that's an important fact to mention, that that was the requirement for East Bolton as a neighbourhood plan area. You've mentioned the Cleedon Lane site, which was a brownfield site, which was offering 202 dwellings. And as has been said, there may be a decision on that within the next couple of weeks, hopefully. So we'll know exactly what's happening there. That site is also a brownfield site and is within the neighbourhood plan settlement boundary. So we weren't objecting to that as such. But already that 202 houses takes East Bolton over the identified housing need in the neighbourhood plan of 146. So I think it's important to emphasise that point. The East Bolton neighbourhood plan area has around 1,800 houses at the current time. And we believe that given the constraints of the local infrastructure and the road network, with the housing alongside it, we are still of the opinion that the figure identified in the neighbourhood plan, the 146, is proportionate and sound. So that really sets the background that we're talking about here. The forum's objected to the overall strategy of the plan's housing requirement figure and pattern and the scale of development proposed for the village, and in particular the proposed allocation for site GA2 at North Farm, which is 263 homes. The housing requirement figure proposed in policy SP16 simply matches the indicative capacity figure for site GA2, which, as we've said, is already over the housing need identified in the neighbourhood plan. You've talked about acknowledging the 202 homes at Cleeden Lane, so that would be helpful if that was included in the figure, along with the 9 homes at the former Mayflower Glass site, which has been approved. But as far as we're aware, no development is within sight at the moment on that.
There's been no completions come through from that site yet.
Yeah. So if all of these sites are agreed, that would represent a 26% increase in the size of the village, which is constrained severely by its Victorian infrastructure and the local services which are at capacity. The council states in their answer to question 719 that the policy establishes clear housing requirements for East Bolton, providing clarity to the neighbourhood forum and the community, which it does. We disagree with the view, though, and believe that the true extent of development, which is 470 homes, should be made clear and referred to within policy SP16, which I think is what you're saying now should be the case. That's key to everybody involved understanding the impact on the village. 470 houses is a significant number when considering the constraints locally within the village. Paragraph 66 of the NPF states that strategic policies should also set a housing requirement for designated neighbourhood areas which reflects the overall strategy for the pattern and scale of development and any relevant allocations. So what you've said has been consistent with that. All I was going to say to finish up was that the Mayflower Glass site and Cleeden Lane are both brownfield sites in line with policy SP 3.3 and should be included in policy SP 16. So we would welcome that inclusion if that's what's going to be agreed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. In terms of the alternative, excuse me, the alternative figure that's now being provided, so the Mayflower Glass site is at 9 dwellings, so it's not a major scheme, so that would potentially be sort of accounted for if permission was ever to lapse as a small site windfall.
Yeah, potentially that could be caught up in that way.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Butler, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. I think the community has long held the view that this part of the policy, and it was in the previous plan as well, in terms of the way the council was treating the neighbourhood plan housing requirement, didn't reflect the position that they found, because the neighbourhood plan had been through the community consultation. It included the Cleeden Lane site within the settlement boundary, so the community knew that there was a strong chance that that would be, as a brownfield site, developed for housing, and also felt that that could meet the need of the village as identified in the neighbourhood plan. So we always argued that the housing requirement figure shouldn't be simply on any allocation that came forward as part of the local plan process. It should include that site. So I'm pleased to hear what is being said by the councils today, because I think it would then give certainty to the community that they were facing 2 large sites that would bring 465 dwellings to the village over a period, and we're going to come on to discuss housing trajectory later, and I think it's important from the community's point of view that if we are faced with the Cleeden Lane site and if you are minded to allocate site at Law Farm GA2, that the phasing of that development would ease the pressure on the infrastructure within the village. That's been said. So from that point of view, if it is to be a modification to make SP 16 relating to East Bolton Neighbourhood Plan a figure of 465, that would be acceptable. You mentioned whether we wanted to make any other comments on SP 16. I think the main issues are around your question 7.35. So I don't know whether we should deal with that now. And if not, then we could come back to it under your item 8 in terms of the housing trajectory.
Thank you. I mean, I've obviously raised again at 735 this specific issue about how the Cleedon Lane site has been accounted for. I think as a sort of clarification from the council, I think it's always been there somewhere within the trajectory as a site that was accounted for as helping to meet the housing requirement during the plan period, and it's a question of where that's reflected within the plan. I think the modification I've kind of been intimating to the council would be to sort of positively identify it in policy SP4. Mr. Westwick, please.
So you'll be pleased to know I don't really have much more to add to this. I think I've made the point a number of times, and I think we agree on the basis that the appeal decision doesn't land the next day or so, it should be identified in SP4.
Mr. Ayrton.
I think my point's been somewhat answered already by the council's opening statement. At the stage 1 hearings in matter 3, the council confirmed that the villages were comparable in terms of the sustainability to accommodate growth and development. But the amount of housing that would be directed to the village of Whitburn is limited when compared to the scale of the settlement and inconsistent with the scale of development allocated at the other villages. And this was confirmed by the council, with the Baldens accounting for 7.5%, Cleedon 7.4%, and Whitburn 2%. But I mean, your opening question to the council confirmed that the figures in SP16 are at least, and they don't necessarily restrict additional development above those figures stated in the policy. So that's reassuring to know.
Thank you for that. Presumably in those proportions of growth, this Cleedon Lane site was always there. It's in terms of being factored in, it doesn't, whether it's under SP4 or it had been accounted for as a planning permission, it's still reflected in the distribution of growth in terms of the figures that Mr. Ayrton, or are you saying that is that the spread of allocations?
My understanding would be the 7.4% is based on 263, so I assume that would go up if it's increased to 465.
Were there any further points that East Bolton wanted to make in relation to items 2 and 3 on the agenda before I come back to, I'm going to pick up again at item 4. I don't recall so from reading your representations, but just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. So we'll come back to where we had the wider discussion before lunch. So we're on item 4, and it's policy 14, which sits again alongside policy SP16 in terms of whether that policy is effective and consistent with national policy in terms of the approach to housing density within the borough and what the plans again seeking to achieve. So perhaps if we invite the council, I think it was my MIQ, excuse me, MIQ 727.
Yeah, so the purpose of policy 14 was to ensure that there's an efficient use of land through appropriate residential densities that reflect the role and character of the different areas across the borough. The supporting text does set out indicative densities that are informed by proximities to metro stations, local and district town and district centres, but they are obviously not within the policy. They're indicative densities that are kind of used just to guide development. In line with paragraph 125B of the NPPF, the policy provides a clear direction to optimise densities where appropriate and in the most sustainable locations across the borough.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the supporting text and whether it needs to be clearer that they are indicative densities that will be applied. And there's just to add the word indicative. Yep. Mr. Martin, please, then on policy 14.
Sorry, sir, I think you stole my thunder there a bit. I was going to suggest that because my point was that at the moment there's a bit of a disconnect between the policy wording, which seems quite flexible, and a supporting text. So we'd welcome the inclusion of the word indicative.
Okay. Thank you. And in terms of the overall approach to density, we had a bit of discussion about this at the stage 1 hearings, but in terms of, again, this issue about, you know, is the sort of the optimum being achieved or could be achieved within the main urban area in terms of the density of developments. The council obviously has got its evidence in the density report of 2024. I see the council is going to make a slight change to the supporting text to policy 14. But various representations, I think, have said whether there are sites within the borough that have achieved particularly high densities. I think the 2 sites that were referred to were the Hawthorne Leslie site and the Holborn site close to the town centre, and whether, if you included looking at those sites, there's an indication that, you know, more could be achieved or higher densities could be achieved within the urban built-up area.
Yeah, so the reason those 2 sites were excluded from the study is they are genuine anomalies to the development patterns across the borough, and we just thought that if we included them, then they would obviously skew the average densities upwards, and they just wouldn't be reflective of densities that are generally achieved across the borough. The indicative densities that we've included in the supporting text already account for an average of 60 dwellings per hectare in Jarrow and South Shields, and obviously that is quite a high density anyway, so I think that is quite reflective of the development patterns in those areas without sort of including those 2 outliers.
Thank you. I'm just going to have to take a break I just need to get some fresh air. Sorry about this. I'm just going to have to take a break for about 5 minutes. If people are just bear with me. I'll be back shortly. Thank you. I think we're all here. Apologies about that. I don't know if I just got too warm or whatever it was. So thank you for bearing with me. So we were looking at the agenda on item 14 around density, and I think the council was just explaining to me about the appropriateness of including the Hawthorne Leslie site and the Holborn site, and whether that would be skewing kind of the figures to include those.
Yeah, so sorry, just to kind of recap, the council had considered that those two sites are genuine outliers compared to development patterns that we see across the borough, even in those main urban areas. So yeah, essentially that was the decision, that the including those would uplift the indicative densities to a level that just wouldn't be reflective of densities that we do generally see delivered.
Thank you. Is it on the density point, Mr. Martin?
It's just to say that, sir, that I think the indicative densities do need to be used with a little bit of caution, and it was something that we raised in stage 1, and it's to do with the fact that it's based on the council's density study, which inevitably is a backwards looking study looking at what has been developed previously. We're obviously in a very different policy environment now, so you have the likes of on-site BNG. If this plan's approved, you'd have M42, M43 dwellings, which might be a bit larger in size. There'll be increasing requirements from, no doubt, from highways in terms of LTM 120, active travel measures. All that sort of squeezes net to gross ratios. So I'd always urge a sort of slight bit of caution when relying on that to set indicative densities, which is why I'm personally quite pleased that the policy itself is sufficiently flexible to allow for site-specific circumstances and a character and location of the area in the market, for instance. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can bring in others, so Councillor Ford and then Councillor Kilgore.
Thank you. I believe that actually the reason given for excluding those two large sites, saying that they're anomalous, is that they're saying that the sites have a much higher density, so in order to be viable sites for the developers, more dwellings on site were required, and that meant those sites have a much higher proportion of flats and apartments. But there's clearly a high demand for flats and apartments in the main urban areas, because we've had significant increase in conversions of buildings, both residential and commercial, into flats and also into HMOs. There've been an increasing number of flats and apartments being built in the main urban areas for older people. For example, the Riverside apartments, 48 flats for over 55s, Seymour Court, 49 apartments for over 60s, both of those in South Shields. But more of these are clearly required to meet the future needs of our population as more of us get older. And I believe that the density study, even without including those two sites, shows that the minimum density standards in the plan, or indicative, are lower than the densities which were achieved in the period from the last study in 2018. So asserting that the densities mentioned here now are reflective of general, that's not the case if you look at the previous 6 years. And if you did include the two larger sites, the average density achieved would be even higher. There's discrepancy even greater. So I appreciate that there's flexibility in the density indicators, but there really is a risk, as your question indicates, that the capacity of the main urban areas is being underestimated. The market can support and is viably delivering higher densities in parts of South Tyneside, and it should be reflected, to make the plan justified.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make the point with regards to SP8 and the densities there. that when we had a planning application some years ago, which is why I came to council actually, the area was considered semi-rural, and the densities on the perimeter of the housing suggested for Felgate is disproportionate to that, in that the tighter and higher densities are on the perimeter, and the lower density properties are facing the enjoyment of what would be left of the green belt. So I would really bring into question there the density levels around the perimeter of SP8, please.
Are there any further points people wish to raise in relation to Policy 14? No, in which case I'm going to move on to item 5 and its small site delivery. It was my MIQ 7.34. The National Planning Policy Framework, I think at paragraph 69, seeks that 10% of the housing requirement is delivered on sites of 1 hectare or less. I think the Council's answered this question, but if I can invite it to confirm its position, please.
Yeah, so the housing trajectory and overall housing supply accounts for 10 small windfall sites, which we kind of touched on earlier from year 6 onwards, which reflects the recommendations in the efficient use of land paper. There's 17 allocations in the plan, which are on sites smaller than 1 hectare, and they account for a total of 374 dwellings. And the plan also factors in 25 dwellings from the Brownfield Register, which is a total of 449 dwellings, which would account for more than 10% of the residual housing requirement.
Thank you. Is there any further points on the smaller sites requirement? Mr. Martin?
Thank you, sir. As an organisation, we not only represent sort of the larger volume house builders, we also represent an awful lot of the smaller and medium-sized house builders. And it's really just to emphasise the importance that smaller sites, and I think this will become relevant when we talk about the step trajectory, the importance of smaller sites coming forward and being allocated, because smaller developers find the funding extremely difficult, and they need to get the funding to build the houses. They often need the planning certainty and something with planning status, which is why the allocations are important. And I'd point to the emerging MPPF, and again, I know limited weight, but it shows direction of travel from the government, and that's very much been tweaked, that wording, to say allocate, because it's important. So we would be very much encouraging the council, if there are small sites, to allocate them rather than relying them on them being windfall or even on a brownfield register. The allocation is the important element.
Thank you. I'm mindful Policy SP4 allocates some very small sites as part of the overall mix. Okay, then move on to item 6, which is around updating the housing trajectory. Now, the plan at figure 2 sets out the housing trajectory, which I understand was as of November 2023. I just wanted to understand, before we get into the kind of the substance of a trajectory, just to understand from the council kind of going forward, is there the evidence or information available that would allow the trajectory to be updated as of the 1st of April 2025?
Yeah, we do have that evidence, and that's obviously been fed into the housing trajectory update paper. So we've got the evidence on completions and updated commitments.
Thank you. Alongside the updated SHLA behind that as well. Okay, thank you. And people should have seen at the back of the council, I think it was appended to the council statement, and I think it's part of the SHLA and possibly the topic paper as well, the kind of the updated profile of when sites are likely to come forward. I think where that's leading me to is a sort of a bare minimum, I'll be looking for a main modification to update the housing trajectory in whatever form, given the elapse of time since the plan was submitted. But I'm of a firm view it's tied to a specific date of a monitoring year, so it would be wherever we can kind of record completions up until 31st of March 2025 and permissions as of 1st of April 2025. and not sort of blur things with sort of further partial updates, so we can sort of bank that kind of that point in time. Just going through the overall trajectory and the approach to the overall supply. Identified a number of components there under item 6. So in terms of completions and commitments, what's the latest picture in respect of those two factors, please?
So the completions have been updated in that updated trajectory graph. There have been 191 net completions in 23-24 and 139 net completions in 24-25. And that's obviously made up of a number of completions, small site completions and demolitions in each case. Commitments which have been monitored through planning applications have been updated, and there's currently 1,506 dwellings with plan and permission.
And when you provide that figure, Ms Cooper, the 1,506, is that as of 1st of April 2025?
Yes, that's correct.
I think I know the answer, but I'll hear it from the council. In terms of recent delivery rates, what's required in terms of potential buffer on supply based on past performance and bringing that further forward potentially within a planned period? Is the authority a 5 or a 20% buffer authority?
20% based on the result of the housing delivery test.
Excuse me. In terms of the overall trajectory and where it is in terms of measuring whether there would be a deliverable supply, things don't stand still since the plan was put out for publication in early 2024. Obviously, the council submitted the evidence of where it thinks that, or where that trajectory now is. Are there any, notwithstanding my sort of two specific findings in relation to the Felgate site and Town End Farm site, are there any other further changes to the trajectory of kind of component sites that the council wishes to refer to? One of the various sort of outstanding actions was, again, with the church commissioners regarding, I think it was the Cleedon or the East Bolden site, in terms of when that's likely to come forward.
So, sorry, with GA2 land at North Farm, there's been no change there. GA4, the Cleedon site, so the land at West Hall Farm, the trajectory was updated to reflect a quicker build-out rate at that site. But this is all, there's the table at the back of the housing trajectory update paper, which kind of picks up the changes with each of the allocated sites.
So has there been an opportunity through the SHLA process, if any of the individual component sites do need to be kind of reprofiled, bearing in mind it is a forecast, it is a projection, has the SHLA process enabled that to happen, and is that reflected in the evidence that's now before me?
Yes, that's correct. So the SHLA looked at all of the sites comprehensively and sort of sense-checked the projected delivery of each of the sites. Obviously, as we've discussed, some of them now have permission. And so, yeah, the SHLA's updated that quite comprehensively, pushback sites where we've kind of felt that the delays in the plan have meant that those sites are not going to deliver as quickly as we'd anticipated, and that's all fed into the trajectory update paper.
Thank you. Mr Dickinson?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with the council's recollection there. And just to add that as part of the stage 1 hearing sessions, we entered into a statement of common ground with the council confirming the trajectories of all of our sites that are allocated in the local plan.
Thank you. I'm sort of mindful as we've been sort of going along and discussing various sites. I've kind of been asking about delivery and just seeing where anything is potentially change and whether the trajectory is still robust. Mr. Butler, there was a reference, I think, earlier to kind of the issue in potentially in Bolden around
yes,
sites.
Yes, sir, thank you. It's in regard to progress on both sites owned by the Church Commissioners, GA2 and GA4. Since stage 1, we've seen the Council and the Church Commissioners produce a new statement of common ground. And within that, obviously, we pushed for, and there is now reference in the key considerations to mitigation in relation to harms to the Greenbelt. So in terms of the assessment of the trajectories, we're still wanting to be reassured that that will come into play, once a planning application is submitted, if both sites are allocated. But of course, there are other important issues related to the potential trajectory, the ones that you identified, sir, relating to the improvements to junctions. And notwithstanding what the council said at stage 1, we're still concerned about that and whether a 2028 start on both sites could be achieved.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, I'm mindful I've got the updated statements of common ground on these sites. Mr. Dickinson, as here on the Church Commissioners, whether there's anything further you wish to add?
No, I think we covered everything in the stage 1 hearings that we needed to speak. I don't think this is the right forum to discuss those. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the council confirmed at the hearing session only on Tuesday that there's been no kind of new significant additional source of supply that needs to be factored into the trajectory. Before I come on to other aspects, then Councillor Kilgore.
So I'm sorry, it's just a question for Ms Cooper, if I may. It was understood that the bunker, now I can't locate the reference to it, that was the site that was dropped before this plan progressed. My understanding was, and it could be wrongly, that they were looking to bring that forward as well. There'd been a change in the understanding around that site.
I've got no sort of information on the site. It hasn't been put forward to us.
Thank you. And in terms of other components of looking at the overall supply through the plan to meet the housing requirements, the council says it applies a lapse rate of 10% on sites that have planning permission that are not yet started, and I think the figure of 38 is presented in the evidence. It'd probably help me if I understand where that figure comes from, how that's been arrived at, please.
Yes, so the 10% lapse rate is being applied to commitments that we've identified in the trajectory, but obviously what commitments that haven't yet started on site. I think there's about 380 outstanding dwellings on sites that haven't yet started.
Thank you. And in terms of then profiling that, so the council sort of spread that lapse rate across the period of the trajectory. So you just apply a kind of a discount of 3 or 4 dwellings every year.
Yeah, so it's just sort of spread over the trajectory and kind of just equally distributed across the plan period.
Comments in relation to the council's approach to lapse rates. I've seen alternative figures in other areas. Is that based on kind of monitoring, Ms Cooper, in terms of what the council has seen, or sort of just a cautious estimate?
It's sort of it's a little bit of both. So yeah, that it is based on monitoring, but also we thought the 10% is a cautious and reasonable approach.
Thank you. And then I think we discussed again earlier this week, so the council is making an allowance where there are demolitions and losses, so it's factoring in that as well. There are other sources, so there's the brownfield register. Does that add much more in terms of supply?
The brownfield register is currently profiled to contribute 25 dwellings over the plan period, so not a huge amount.
And then ultimately, when the council has revisited the position as of 1st of April in terms of the overall kind of supply over the plan period, so deliverable and developable, presumably there's now a revised figure and a different headroom than was presented at, I think it's table table 2 of the plan.
Yeah, so that updated table has kind of taken into account all the fluctuations in commitments, completions, windfalls, brownfield register, and the updated residual requirement is 3,151 dwellings.
Thank you. And the updated supply that the council...
The updated supply is 3,339 dwellings, so 188 over the residual requirement.
Thank you. Before we then move on to my MIQ, item agenda 7, are there any observations or comments people wish to make around the evidence I've heard and the council's revised position of what it thinks the residual requirement is that's left to find and what the supply available is to deliver that over the plan period with the allowance of a further sort of 188 over the minimum requirement. Mr. Ayrton.
Thank you. When we submitted our statement towards the end of last year, we had noted that several of the developable sites in the SHLAR 2024 had their anticipated supply dates moved backwards by a year when compared with the previous SHLAR from 2023. It's probably made on early in the week. And we said it was highly likely that there would be further slippage in this trajectory. Appreciate it's a projection. But a review of the more recent 2025 SHLAR shows that a further 14 sites, approximately a third of the sites included in the deliverable 5-year supply have been pushed back a further year compared with the previous SHLAR from 2024. So clear evidence of slippage. Again, earlier in response to Matter 6 on Tuesday, we highlighted the overly optimistic capacities for the SP4 sites in the main urban area alongside viability and deliverability challenges. And this is alongside concerns we raised with the SP5 and SP6 sites with the Sport England objection. And again, it goes back to the point, considering the marginal headroom, it only takes 1 or 2 sites not to come forward to result in under provision. And that sounds like that marginal headroom continues to be marginal.
Thank you for that. I did ask the council earlier what had changed, and presumably as part of the SHLAR process, do you go back and kind of re-engage with site promoters and developers to sort of just check and calibrate that previous sort of estimates of when sites come forward remain, and presumably they're giving you the intelligence things may have changed and that can be picked up?
Yeah, that's correct. And in this case, the majority of sites in the 5-year supply are now permitted, or they're the greenbelt sites that we discussed at stage 1. So obviously a few of the trajectories have been amended to reflect discussions that we had at stage 1. But yeah, you're correct that we kind of go through all of the sites every year and update the trajectories based on the evidence that we've got.
Thank you. I mean, it seems to me as a sort of an obvious modification, obviously table 2 would need to be updated to reflect the current situation. We touched on this earlier, and I don't know if anybody's got anything further to say. I think it's Mr. Ayrton's sort of reiterated, there was a degree of supply above the housing requirement. The council's evidence or latest evidence reaffirms that position, albeit it'll be a slightly different figure. I'm assuming, look at the opposite side of the table to me, that previously submitted positions about the kind of the marginality of that still apply, and it's therefore back to the various things that were discussed earlier in terms of how the plan could remedy that. Are there any further general comments about how the identified supply from the council has been profiled? I think Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you, sir. In the introductory paragraphs to this session, you mentioned the housing trajectory update topic paper, and say that that's a particular relevance to agenda item 8. We do have comments on MIQ 7.35, but we note that under question 9, item 1, you also ask whether a step trajectory would be necessary for plan soundness. So we can either give our comments on 7.35 under item 8 or under item 9, whichever would be appropriate in your mind.
I think I will deal with it now if it's coming back to 7.3, and there might be another opportunity to then come back or revisit anything under item 9 on my agenda. So under item 7.35, I was asking about how the trajectory is accounted for the unimplemented supply that had the benefit of planning permission, albeit back then at 1st of April 2023, and in particular how sites that had resolution to grant planning permission were accounted for, and I think by and large they're in the committed supply, and how Cleedon fitted into that. I don't know if you have a sort of further point there, Mr. Hutchinson, in terms of, is it specifically about the Cleedon Lane site and how where that's pitched within sort of the next sort of
it is primarily, I mean, essentially the point that we wanted to make is that that we do support the principle of a step trajectory for those sites, and I think the latest update to the housing trajectory topic paper does propose that 7-year trajectory. So we just wanted to emphasise that that's an approach that we would support for the sites in East Bolden.
Thank you. I appreciate as we sit here now, obviously the specific planning status of that site is yet to be determined. But in terms of the council's trajectory, Ms Cooper, I think you're anticipating first delivery in the next financial year, 26-27. Whether that remains appropriate. I don't know if Mr Westwick wants to come in on this point first.
So I think it does. It all depends when the appeal decision lands. But in terms of the site, the client's prepped and ready to go. Sorry, sir. Microphone's a bit far away. Yes, I think that point is the date is appropriate still. The client has been ready to go on the site for some time, so subject to the appeal decision coming back favourably, they'll be on and developing quickly.
And it's been described to me as a previously developed site. I think I've been in the vicinity of it. Is it a site that's kind of been cleared or prepared?
Most of the buildings have now been demolished. There is some remediation work to be done, but that's all been planned and is ready to start.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 9 on the agenda, and it's about how the housing requirement is achieved over the plan period, with an eye on what the deliverable supply looks like, as I think I indicated at earlier sessions. Planning practice guidance in terms of deliverable supply says for plan makers, year 1 is to be taken as the first year of plan adoption. So I think my advice previously has been to work on the basis of would there be a deliverable supply as of the 1st of April 2026, sitting as where we are here today. I appreciate the Council has looked at this, including through the housing trajectory topic paper. I wonder if the Council could just briefly outline how things look against the current trajectory and whether you'd have a 5-year deliverable supply on plan adoption, assuming a annual average delivery similar to the housing, or setting a requirement that setting a target that reflects these 309 dwellings per year on a consistent basis through the plan period.
Yeah, so both the SHLA and the housing trajectory update paper set out the 5-year supply position as it stands. If we were to take the 5-year supply position based on just a standard trajectory, 309 per year, taking into account the shortfall that's been accumulated over the plan period, the 20% buffer, from adoption, the Council would be able to demonstrate a 4.4-year supply.
It's probably in the topic paper, but can the Council, if my maths was quicker, in terms of the degree of shortfall, what sort of numbers would we be looking at? It's about 100 and... Yeah, there'd be a half-year supply. It's about another 150 to 160 shortfall over that period. Thank you. Now, one of the alternatives that can be countenanced, and it's set out in the planning practice guidance. Oh, sorry, Mr. Atton, do you want to come in on that?
Sorry, just on the shortfall question of the 4.4, what that would equate to. You had the buffer as well on the previous one delivery, so I think it comes out more 260, 261, the figure. Thank you. As I was saying, the alternative way to look at things, which the planning practice guidance countenance, is whether the circumstances exist in South Tyneside to contemplate a stepped trajectory, i.e. the housing requirement is phased and put into later on in the plan period for a variety of reasons. I think the Council, through its topic paper, has applied itself to consider that scenario. Can the Council explain what some of the factors are that would support a step trajectory being introduced potentially as a main modification?
Yeah, so we looked at the issue of a step trajectory, as you say, through the trajectory update paper. Given that we're 2 years into the plan period, there's been sort of delays in the plan making process. The Council considers that the step trajectory would help ensure a 5-year supply on adoption. The plan relies on a large strategic sites that require plain pitch mitigation, and obviously sites that are currently in the green belt, and that's impeded delivery in the early years of the plan period. So the 2 years that we've already seen through the plan period, and the kind of next 3 to 4 years. The supply has been significantly constrained, and that's produced an accumulated shortfall of 288 dwellings since the start of the plan period in 2023. So again, that impedes the Council's ability to demonstrate a 5-year supply now and at the point of adoption. The Council don't consider it would be possible or reasonable to address this shortfall solely through allocating additional sites. Obviously, any potential additional sites that we did allocate would be greenbelt sites, and they would come with the same constraints and the same sort of process that the sites that we have in there currently have got. So we don't envisage that would particularly boost the 5-year supply enough. And as the trajectory paper sets out, a stepped approach would enable the plan to maintain a deliverable supply of housing sites in the early years of the plan and throughout the plan period without unnecessarily stifling development. The plan would still be planning for its full requirement, but it would just ensure that the plan has full weight as soon as possible and the policies within the plan can be afforded full weight as soon as possible.
Thank you. And in terms of the 200, and 88 dwelling shortfall that's accumulated since the 1st of April 2023, does that include any sort of buffer that's been, as a buffer been applied, or would that be on top of that 288?
Yeah, so the 288 is just the sort of basic shortfall, and then the buffer would be applied on top of that.
Thank you. Obviously, amending to a step trajectory would be a main modification. People have read the Council's topic paper, or if you haven't, you've heard the Council's position on why it would consider the change needs to be made. Can I hear from those who maybe take an alternative view as to whether a modification for a step trajectory is needed for plan soundness? Can I start with Mr. Martin first, please?
Thank you, sir. You'll be unsurprised to know that we wouldn't support a step trajectory. Often in the past, when you come across step trajectories, it's because a certain bit of infrastructure, for instance, might need to be in place before you can start delivering homes. In this instance, it's purely a contrived device to get to 5-year housing land supply upon adoption. And the fact that that has to be done clearly shows a deficient plan. And it's just frustrating from the HBF and our members' point of view that we're in this position now so late in an examination, and we're trying to do a bit of a bodge repair job here by putting a step trajectory in, when it was clear from the outset that more sites needed to be introduced. Now, I understand the PPG allows for inspectors to consider a step trajectory, but just because it's allowed, it doesn't mean it should be done, and especially if it's just a means for them to pass what otherwise would be a policy test that they would fail. I think it's important to note that the PPG does also say that under where it talks about step trajectory, that strategic policymakers should ensure there is not a continued delay in meeting identified development needs. In this case, the council's already not meeting its needs. It doesn't have a 5-year supply at the moment. It's failing its housing delivery test. So to artificially lower the bar will do nothing to meet current and future needs. Need doesn't just disappear, it compounds over time. And so therefore putting in a step trajectory would just run completely counter to that. And it would just mean they're storing up trouble and kicking the can down the road. And it is a conflict, I believe, with what the NPPF says about significantly boosting the supply of homes. Therefore, a step trajectory should really be the last resort. And in that respect, the PPG does talk about looking at other means. It talks about priority sites. It talks about small sites portfolio. It talks about adding in flexibility to housing policies. I don't know if the council have considered these, but they should definitely be considered before going to a step trajectory. It's worth noting that the step trajectory that is being proposed as well, if I understand, is for it to be 180 dwellings per annum up to, is it 2028 or 2027, 2028. That is, if you look at the current LHN, which is 615 dwellings, a very small proportion of need. Matthew Pennycook wrote to Pins on the 9th of October. He mentions you can put a step trajectory in where it's justified, but he does go on to state that the government do not want to see the adoption of poor plans. And my worry is, if the step trajectory is allowed, given the historic issues the council have had with delivery of housing, that will just lead to a poor quality plan. Given it barely caters for its needs already, I don't think putting a step trajectory in helps. It just exacerbates that situation. I would say, sir, if you were going to go down this route as well, you will, I suggest, need to look at how that trajectory is put in, because at the moment you've got it leaping from 180 to 363 dwellings per annum. I mean, that's not a step, that's almost climbing Everest, I think. It's a large leap for 1 year to take. I would suggest that if there is going to be a trajectory, it's introduced more gradually and it's brought forward to try and mitigate the fact that the council's not meeting its need. And there needs to be, again, suitably robust mechanisms in there as well. And yeah, as I said, I think it's just, it's a shame it's got to a point where we've got that this far down the line and having to use this as a device just to make sure the plan's sound. My preference would actually be, and it has happened in other cases, to go ahead and adopt a plan without the 5-year supply and deal with it that way. It's not ideal, and as I said earlier this morning, we're in a plan-led system and that's what we should be, but it's the council really in a difficult position here, and I feel that's the least worst option. Thank you.
A plan adopted without a 5-year deliverable supply. That's been found sound.
I think the Matthew Pennycutt letter references some instances where that's happened.
Okay.
Could we just, on that point, we can quote Matthew Pennycutt's letter to PINS that says, pragmatic decisions to proceed towards adoption in instances where a 5-year housing land supply cannot be evidenced at the point of adoption, or where the plan significantly boosts supply and still meets housing need over the plan period, should be found sound. That's in that same letter that was just referenced.
So is it the submission from the HBF and the church commissioners that the alternative would be to find a plan sound on the basis of the council's evidence of 4.4 years, but keep the trajectory as is?
Yes, sir, it would be, because I think that would allow, given things like the government policy in relation to things like grey belt, I think it would stand a better chance then of the council getting to a 5-year supply than rather than just artificially lowering the bar for them.
It would be the Commissioner's position to have an adopted plan, whether the trajectory was stepped or not, with the idea of there being an immediate review.
Thank you. I think I'll just stick with what I've just heard from the HBF. I think in terms of, Mr. Martin said it's a sort of a shame that we're in this kind of situation. I mean, it has been a relatively long period since the council envisaged submitting the plan at an earlier point, maybe getting to plan adoption slightly earlier. We're in a Greenbelt authority where the main options to really significantly increase housing land delivery are probably going to likely to require Greenbelt release. Is that not just the epitome of a situation where a step trajectory is justified, where there will be hard decisions, hard choices have been made that will see increased housing delivery, but it's going to take a bit of time through a plan-led system?
My view on that, sir, is I would have to disagree with you, because you're in a situation here where the council have over many, many years not met the housing need, don't have a 5-year supply, failing housing delivery test, to wait for the plan-making system to sort of catch up with that. There's people in housing need in South Tyneside now, so are you supposed to be telling them, actually just wait a few years and you might get a house in South Tyneside? It's not acceptable, and I feel it's the least worst option going towards an adoption without a 5-year supply, because at least there's then a chance for the house builders to try and rectify that for the council and gives them a clearer path to get the supply boosted.
Thank you. If I hear from others and the council wants to come back on any of the points.
The step trajectory reflects a reality. And it goes back to a point we were discussing this morning about increasing provision in the early years and what that would mean, i.e. increasing the buffer, which would have a similar effect of actually increasing supply. And the timescales that will take and the implications for getting the plan adopted. And in order to get this housing delivered in an orderly way, bearing in mind we are a substantially greenbelt authority, is to have an adopted plan to cover that period between now and the review. And it makes a lot of sense, therefore, to adopt that trajectory. At the end of the day, apart from the possibility of there being some grey belt, which might give rise to the presumption in the event we don't adopt a step trajectory, that's about it. We're still in the position of having to look at green belt, establishing very special circumstances, a much higher bar than exceptional circumstances in each case. And that's not an easy thing to deal with when one is looking at housing supply as the main issue, although of course it could be the deciding issue. But there are other issues which come to the fore as well in terms of what sites ought to be developed, having regard to the harms which would be caused to the objectives and purposes of the Greenbelt. So all of these matters come to the fore. It's not as straightforward as that. And whilst I accept, and whilst we all would accept that there is a great housing shortage, not just here but elsewhere as well, the best way to deal with that in a methodical and orderly manner is to go the way in which we're suggesting for the purposes of this examination, which is to adopt the stepped trajectory approach.
I'll hear from others. I think Mr. Ayrton's gone wild and thrown his nameplate on the ground in disgust, but I'll allow him to come in.
Thank you, Sarah. Again, some of the points have already been picked up upon. I guess in the fact of the historic record of under delivery, as evidenced in the failed housing delivery test over the last few years, our client is very concerned over the suggestion of reducing the requirement and introducing the step trajectory, which will just nothing to incentivise the council to accelerate delivery over the early years of the plan period, which is in direct conflict with the need to boost the supply of homes. The letter of intervention from the Secretary of State was mentioned, and the first thing that mentions in the letter is not to adopt a plan. It makes reference to the need to boost housing supply and deliver homes in this Parliament. So that was the main focus of the letter. And we're not clear how a reduced requirement for the first 5 years would deliver this and boost housing supply. And it also has implications on the government's levers beyond the plan making process to boost housing delivery, where there's ongoing supply issues and failure of housing delivery tests. So it potentially removes those trigger points from delivering grey belt sites if the council fails to deliver housing in line with the structure, even if it's reduced. As set out in our client's previous representations and those of others, there's other sites available which can be delivered in sustainable locations, which can avoid the over-reliance on a large strategic site being delivered later in the plan period. And these sites that are allocated could be delivered early in the plan period. And the point was mentioned earlier about the plan is reliant on greenbelt sites, with 6 being allocated. But those 6 sites in the updated trajectory contribute significantly to the 5-year supply. So it shows that they can make a contribution now, not in year 6 forwards. They can make a contribution to years 1 to 5. And just looking at the updated 5-year supply from the year of plan adoption, it confirms that the council envisages 367 dwellings being delivered by year 5. So they're greenbelt sites, not yet to be allocated, which contribute to making that trajectory. So that's clear evidence to me that other greenbelt sites can support the 5-year supply at adoption, because it's in the plan already, which shows that can happen. And then going back to the shortfall of the updated trajectory talks about a 4.4 year supply, which equates to 261 dwellings. Well, we just heard that the Greenbelt sites are going to deliver 367 dwellings over 5 sites. So just 2 or 3 more allocations in the Greenbelt addresses that shortfall and meets the plan requirement rather than introducing a step trajectory.
Thank you, Mr. Etton. Is it Mr. Seabury?
Thank you, sir. A number of the points we've raised have been covered by others. The point that I would add is that there's a reference from the council that additional capacity in the Greenbelt will be subject to the same timing and delivery issues as sites in the plan. We disagree with that. It's the scale of the site, it's the scale of the infrastructure required to deliver a site. So there are options available in the Greenbelt which could deliver houses much quicker. We set out in the stage 1 sessions, we were surprised that we're not aware of any pending planning applications for these significant allocations. We would expect to see that commitment from land promoters to see progress to demonstrate early delivery. So I think that's just an example where sites that could be added to this plan and deliver quickly. And that's where we would sort of differ from Mr. Martin in terms of kind of the resolution. We think that is the best resolution. We are aware of examples where plans have been adopted with less than a 5-year supply, and you'll reference in our statement where, in that circumstance, it's having the clarity of the reason why and the implications why. That's something we would suggest. It's carefully considered.
Thank you from that side of the table. If I come round to my left, so I'll start with Mr. Green, Councillor Kilgore, and then Mr. Butler.
Thank you, sir. A step trajectory would in this case be essential, as developers are making the assumption that exceptional circumstances have been proven to build on the Greenbelt. They're also missing the fact that the infrastructure, which we've discussed this morning, is not there to cope with the current demand on the road. I've been given figures today of the new road figures, and if I can just share the total with you, sir. I was meant to have it yesterday, but I've just been given it this afternoon from the TADU unit at Gateshead, and it's in relation to the A194, the road around the planned development on Felgate.
Unfortunately, I don't think, Mr. Green, for this particular session, I need to hear that evidence. So
yeah. Okay, sir. And there's another point I'd like to make, sir. I live in Jarrow, which is part of South Tyneside. You know, it's a South Tyneside local plan. There is a shortage of housing. There's a massive shortage of housing, but there's no social housing in the local plan. And the housing that the developers are planning to build is not the type of housing that's needed in this area. Thank you, sir.
That's it. Councillor Kilgore, please.
So just to concur with Mr. Green there isn't the need that's been demonstrated is not to be met, certainly not by SP8. And with regards to the figures, and I understand where you're coming from with regards to the traffic, but it's increased significantly. So the infrastructure difficulties that we talked about this morning are actually greater with the current figures than would be anticipated, and I have shared that with Annette. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to start by directing comments to the development industry representatives here, and to ask them to consider whether they fully understand the implications of removing Greenbelt land from communities in the borough and developing them in the way that they wish. They're now arguing for an acceleration of removal of Greenbelt sites. We've been through a planned process where there's been considerable responses from our communities opposing development within the Greenbelt. We're at a stage now where the council has come forward with a reasonable approach bringing forward some sites. Now, clearly, there is still opposition from the communities to those sites, but we're here to try to provide an answer to the problem of meeting the housing requirement. And we believe that the Council's decision to look at a stepped trajectory in the circumstances that you've outlined today is the one that should be taken forward. The conclusion of the trajectory paper talks about making sure it aligns with delivery expectations, the realistic phasing of strategic and complex sites, including those in the Greenbelt, and most importantly, those requiring infrastructure and mitigation measures. It's not just a question of clearing away the Greenbelt fields that are there. It's about making sure that if we have development, we get enhancements to the remainder of our Greenbelt, and those places are put in place. So it needs to be the right infrastructure. And that doesn't lead to a poor plan. That leads to a plan that provides a compromise of getting requirements for housing need, but also provides improvements to our green spaces and enables the communities to enjoy what's left. So in that view, we'll certainly improve it. And reference has been made to Mr. Pennycook's letter to your chief executive, and it has been entered in as evidence, and therefore you clearly feel it's very relevant. He starts that paragraph by saying, I very much welcome that in some cases inspectors are already exercising a degree of flexibility to expedite the adoption of local plans. Clearly your task here is to look to see whether we can, for soundness, adopt a local plan here at last in South Tyneside to bring certainty. And for that purposes, he also refers to the fact that a stepped housing trajectory may be an option that could be justified. And from that point of view, I think we would ask you to consider that the Council have brought forward a way of making sure we can adopt a plan now and move forward, and not to have a situation where we're going to go through a further exercise of looking at other sites that simply will provide the communities with more concerns than they have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think in terms of those who are advocating that there's effectively, other than maybe for factual updating and rebasing the trajectory to the 1st of April 2025, but otherwise there are no sort of further changes to the housing trajectory, and the requirement remains constant at 309 dwellings per annum. Obviously reference is made to other plans where a 5-year supply, deliverable supply on plan adoption has not been required, but nonetheless a plan has been found sound. Thinking out loud, I wonder how far adrift they were of a 5-year deliverable supply and how quickly it could be recovered. And I just wonder whether here in South Tyneside circumstances are slightly different. I mean, the Council's put forward a figure of 4.4 years that it thinks it would have on plan adoption. More often than not, when these are tested or want to be tested, people say it's not as positive as that. The Council's highlighted the degree of shortfall, let alone add on to that the buffer as well that needs to be recovered. So I'm just wondering whether the circumstances in South Tyneside are too far removed from kind of proximity to a 5-year deliverable supply, and whether some of the things that are being articulated in terms of, well, adopted on this basis, grey belts, other sites will come forward quickly and will help kind of recover the situation, has any how practical really that is. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. I guess you could look at it from the other way round, that really, given where the position that they're in and history they have of not delivering enough housing, surely then going along this route could be the sensible way forward. I wouldn't say it's ideal, as I keep on saying, a plan-led system is what we should be doing, but I see it as the least worst option in this regard. Notwithstanding also what Mr. Seabury said, that you could identify additional sites, that could be another way forward to get to that 5-year supply. But does it not, given how far they off, does that not further emphasise the fact that they need to be meeting their need and not artificially lowering the bar for them?
Thank you. I think there's a lot there for me to to reflect on. Just a final point before I bring the trajectory discussion to a conclusion. There's obviously a trajectory presented within the plan. I mean, one of my points on the agenda is around the level of detail. I think I turn to the council in the first instance. Whatever form the trajectory takes, I would be looking for perhaps a more detailed trajectory within the plan, whether it's still presenting at figure 2, a sort of I'll call it a headline trajectory, but whether within an appendix to the plan there's the detail that kind of goes behind that, whether there's a more detailed trajectory so that people can see where key sources of supply are likely to deliver. So in particular in relation to this plan, it would be, in my view, some of the strategic sites, particularly site SP8, SP7A, or what will become site SP7A, so that people can perhaps see more transparently how the plan is intended to kind of perform and deliver.
Yeah, as we set out in our hearing statement, the council will be happy to update that figure 2 in the sort of main body of the plan and then provide a more detailed trajectory, probably as an appendix to the plan.
Okay. Are there any further points in relation to housing land supply trajectories that people wish to make? I've obviously got the submissions from the council. I don't think, looking at Mr. Shadoravian and Ms. Cooper, nothing has changed in terms of the exchanges that I've heard, that the council's evidence and the position it's put forward in the topic paper is for a stepped trajectory as a main modification.
That's correct, and I in no way want to add to the evidence which we have submitted by providing further justification. However, I think it's important that now it's been drawn to your attention, i.e. the evidence that other inspectors have recommended adoption of plans with less than a 5-year supply, that you're directed towards those decisions so that you have some reference point by which to judge the submissions made to you. And I think Malvern is one of those. I'm not sure if there are any others. That's the first point. Second point is to judge, actually, what the deficit was in those cases, as you indicated earlier. I won't say anything more than that, because that means me giving more evidence on behalf of local authority, but I think it's a matter which you should give consideration to.
Thank you. I think that's something I said at the start of this stage 2 sessions, I wanted to kind of limit the amount of new evidence, but I think it'd be helpful for me to see some other reports that have concluded along the lines I think that Mr. Martin and others, Mr. Dickinson, referred to, so I can just see a sense of how that compares with the circumstances here in South Tyneside.
And it's not just about figures.
Okay.
One has to consider other circumstances too.
Obviously, I've heard the council's submissions in terms of a step trajectory. I've asked specific questions about it and have the topic paper. I'm clear on alternative positions to a step trajectory. If I do go down the route of a step trajectory, I'll probably want to look a bit more closely at where that is, picking up Mr. Martin's point about how things potentially step. If I accept the principle of it, I think there may still be some further assessment of just the detail. But if a step trajectory is accepted as a main modification, obviously that is something that will flow through, in my mind, in terms of what's in policies SP16, making that clear that there would be a step trajectory. Obviously, the trajectory in the plan would change. Table 2 would be a further part of that modification, and there would be as I outlined earlier, the detail within an appendix so that people can see through where specific sites are anticipated to deliver against that trajectory. So people, if that goes ahead, people obviously will get an opportunity to comment on that as part of the main modification process. Are there any further submissions people wish to make in relation to housing land supply? No. Well, thank you everybody for your contributions today, for those who've been here all day today since 9:30. We are still sitting this week, so we're back in this room 9:30 tomorrow morning, where we're looking at the general policies and evidence around the borough-wide policies for infrastructure and transport. But we finished slightly earlier, 3:30 today. Thank you.
Thank you.